Hmm. Well, I guess before people start filing in, and I guess for the replay of this stream, full disclosure, I am pretty sick. May have came down with the flu earlier, a couple of days ago. Body was trash, aches, hard to get out of bed. I'm definitely much better now. But I just felt like just hopping on. There's been a lot of news going on in gaming, Microsoft, Nintendo. Those who may or may not be aware, I live in New York. We have like this, I guess, this competition with a new mayor. So we got that going on. So yeah, it's a lot going on. I would definitely say that. A lot going on. But suffice to say, I don't like many of the things that's going on when it comes to one, this mayor situation, as well as just a lot of the rhetoric that I've been hearing about how Microsoft or Xbox is doomed and all sort of nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. But anyway, let me apologize in advance if I happen to blow my nose on stream, if I happen to sneeze unexpectedly. So I'm just put that out there. We all get sick at some point. So that's the reason why I haven't been uploading much content the last couple of days. I don't know, maybe it was one of those days where I didn't wash my hands. I end up eating something. You know, when you touch your face, you might come down with something. So that's basically what kind of knocked me on my ass. I'm just in my room, laying down. I got the bandana because I've been sweating a lot. So I just got tired of the sweat coming down. But it has helped me out when it came to my weight loss. I'm trying to get back into my old physique. So on that note, it's definitely helped. But anyway, there's been a lot going on, and I was tempted on making a video. There's like so many things with Microsoft, with Nintendo. It's like, it's hard to stay ahead of the curve, especially when you're just a solo creator. You don't have a whole fancy team of people, behind you. And, so I just think that one of the things I do know that has happened recently, that's been coming on my feed was allegedly Microsoft is going to be laying off a bunch of people. Very simple take for this. This happens in every business. It definitely sucks. It sucks for those people that are in those positions. But I've come to the realization of this one fundamental truth. When you work for these giant size companies, your job is not, it's not foolproof. Like I feel in this type of, situation, just about everybody is expendable. We don't want to think of ourselves that way, but that's just the reality. Even Phil Spencer can lose his job, and he's the head of Xbox. I just think that the higher you are on the totem pole, the higher you climb the corporate ladder, it may be a little bit more, you're a little bit more secure. And unfortunately, the lower on the totem pole you are, the more susceptible you are to losing your job, especially if you're in the segment or the division that may not be doing as well as the parent company wants it to go. So yeah, it definitely sucks, but it's nothing that I don't think any other company does on a basic or on a consistent level, you know. But again, I do hope that those people that are are cut if the reports are accurate that this does in fact happen across Microsoft. I do hope those people bounce back. I also hope, and people aren't talking about it, that Microsoft gives them some kind of a severance. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what happens. So the other thing that I can kind of give my take on is this Microsoft handheld. And just to kind of share just my initial thoughts. Actually, no, it's not even my initial thoughts. I kind of had a few initial thoughts during the Xbox showcase, but now that the dust has settled, I've listened to a couple of other tech-related content creators. I see, or should I say, I potentially see what Microsoft is looking to do there. It seems to me that Microsoft is deciding on taking an approach where they don't have to commit as much resources for this handheld. To my understanding, and I've told many of my subscribers this, I'm not the PC guy. I don't have an overwhelming knowledge of PC gaming. I know of it, right? So I know of the Steam Deck, but I also know of this Ally, the ROG or whatever. So it sounds to me that this is a product that's already on the market, that this is something that people already do, like that company. So Microsoft, all they're really doing is say, hey, you already have a product on in this industry. And I would imagine that the Steam Deck and the Ally, the thing that ASUS has going on, they're direct competitors. So Microsoft is like, well, instead of us creating our own handheld, which is going to cost millions of dollars for research and development, why don't we just simply put our software on this device? And one of the benefits of doing that from a business standpoint is I can gauge how many people are actually interested in purchasing a device, a handheld device that is more in line with the Microsoft ecosystem, as opposed to like a Nintendo Switch or like whatever Sony had going on. So if this handheld that Microsoft is backing, if this handheld bombs, if it flops, it really isn't that big deal. It's not going to be crippling to Microsoft. If it ends up becoming a success over the years or months or what have you, then Microsoft can look at that and say, you know what, maybe in 2028 or 2029, we can look at this data and say, people do want a handheld device that has our ecosystem in it, our user interface. And then they can fully commit to an actual Xbox handheld. So I actually think that this whole ROG Ally X and whatever they're deciding on calling it, I think this is a very strong strategy. Now I am well aware that there are people out there in social media that think they know more than they do, that think that, oh, well, this is a bad move by Microsoft. Look, in business, I want people to understand this. And whether you're a business owner yourself or a content creator, if you can do something where you do not have to commit 100% of your resources and instead just kind of do enough to just test the waters, that's a smart play. It would be foolish of Microsoft to completely develop their own internal handheld device, bring it to market, find out that nobody gives a shit about the Microsoft handheld, and now they lost time, money, and more of a reputation. So I think this whole ROG situation, I think this was the smartest that Microsoft can do, because this product from ASUS is something that's on the market anyway, to my understanding. At least that's how I feel. Yeah, what's up, Jay? Yeah, man, I'm just a little bit under the weather. I kind of opened up the stream saying that. Um, Basically, aches, pains, might have been the flu. So I got the headband on to catch the sweat. So that's why I haven't been making it. Even right now, I managed to do about 7 push-ups when I went to the living room. So that kind of gives you an idea where I'm at from a physical standpoint. So it's pretty rough. And hey, what's up, Jinzo? Yeah, man. So yeah. So that's why the thumbnail, I just slapped something together. I did put, at least I think I did, in the thumbnail that I'm sick or whatnot. So I think I have that. But yeah, there's just so many things that's being discussed in the games industry, with Microsoft laying off potential people, the new Xbox handheld. I mean, these last couple of days I've been seeing, and I'm pretty sure most of you guys, you've probably seen this on your own YouTube feed or social media feed or whatnot. You know, you've seen this. And then now me living in New York and seeing an absolute loser, a relative no count, potentially becoming our new mayor. Yeah, that has me concerned and bothered. You know, I'm not the foremost expert of politics, but listening to a guy that's never held political office, that's 33 years old, was a a failed rap artist whose mother funded his first rap video, basically changes his accent depending on whoever he feels he can get over on, is a radical socialist. Yeah, that's not the type of guy I would like to see the mayor of my state. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned on that front. But hey, it is what it is. But I hope you guys are doing much better than I am, because I'm kind of sort of bedridden. I'm better, but I'm not 100%. But I just felt like just hopping on stream because I do enjoy making my content, and I didn't feel like making a video and having to do all the editing and all that other bullshit. I just felt like let me just put some out there. I could respond to anybody's questions. We could shoot the breeze, ask me any goddamn thing you want. I'm pretty much I'm almost an open book. And, but yeah, I'm chilling. And, I wish I could be outside working out. Well, all right, maybe not outside, because here in New York, shit is brutal outside, but I could probably work out in my living room, but I'm pretty much done. I think after this stream, I'll probably go to the bodega and probably get me some coconut water or something like that, and just stay hydrated. And I'm hoping you guys are doing the same thing, because it's hot as hell out there. I don't know what states you guys are, but if you're in New York, it's brutal out here. But yeah, so a lot of the things I've been hearing about when it comes to Microsoft was the layoffs that's potentially soon to hit, the handheld, which I kind of just already talked about. The Microsoft hasn't revealed Game Pass numbers. I think the last time they did that was about a year ago, and I think they were about 35 million subscribers. Also, I've heard of some news regarding Sony. I think I saw something popped across my feed. What was it again? I think a news outlet asked, what I think they asked a Sony executive what his thoughts were if Microsoft were to get out of the console race. And I remember his response was really in line with a businessy kind of way, basically saying, we don't want Microsoft to exit the console space because competition breeds blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, I've heard this. It was a very corporate way to answer the question. So it is what it was. But I think when you, or should I say, when I look at PlayStation, I see a company that, and people may not like this, but I see a company that has been X-copying off of my Xbox for a while. You know, I think even if let me see if I go over here. There's something I wanted to check. So we see here, okay, so Diablo 4 is free with PlayStation. So a lot of these things I'm seeing here with PlayStation, is very similar to Microsoft. Very similar to Microsoft. I mean, people can argue, but this is just the things I be seeing, you know, especially when you've been with Microsoft as much as I have been. It's hard for me to deny that Sony as a company has not taken several pages out of the Xbox playbook when factually, if you want to dig deep into the articles, you can see many times that Sony executives have come out on record saying that this particular thing from Microsoft won't work. It's not sustainable. It's not this, it's not that. But then all of a sudden, maybe a year or two later, here is Sony introducing this to PlayStation. Now, that's not a knock on Sony, but it's just the reality. And now I can cut Nintendo 6 ways from Sunday. But with PlayStation, you know, I would at least say that they're better than Nintendo in many different ways. But I understand that there might be some of you that may be listening that are just diehard Sony fans. You don't see nothing that Sony does wrong. I can respect that. There are people out there that's like that, you know. But, you know, I will say that PlayStation, not even PlayStation, Sony as the brand, they are smart enough to realize when something is working. And many of the things that Microsoft has brought to market has worked, and Sony has basically X-copied it. You know, that's, again, to be clear, you know, so people can't say, oh, I'm a hater on PlayStation. You know, a lot of times that's what many people do in business. You know, you'll publicly shit on something, but then when you see it work for the other guy, you're like, to hell with that. Now I'm going to do it. That's just how it goes. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Yeah, so the thing is, what I'll say about that, Jinzo, everything I can respect that position. The whole the whole Red Ring of Death situation, right? So I don't know how many people are aware of this, but the only reason why that situation even happened, and this is going back, is because Microsoft desperately wanted to appeal to the Asian market. That's why. If you look at it, if you look at the OG Xbox and the Xbox One and the Xbox Series X, they're basically black boxes, right? They're black boxes. When you look at the Xbox 360, it was an off-white, sleek console. So now, just to kind of go a little bit deeper, the original Xbox was built like a tank. I remember I heard of people, they threw out, and I don't feel like looking for it, but if you want to look for it, it's out there. There might be a video on it too, where somebody threw out a PlayStation 2, a Nintendo GameCube, and an original Xbox out of a window and actually see which one would still function. So I do remember the PlayStation 2 shattered into a million pieces. The GameCube worked perfectly. The OG Xbox, it turned on, but the disk drive was compromised. That was pretty interesting. So that was pretty interesting. Yeah. Hey, Jewel. What's up? Yeah, so Jewel, yeah, I'm a little bit under the weather right now, so that's why I haven't been on. Aches, pains, basically think flu-like symptoms. So that's why I'm in my compromised position. But yeah. So they threw each of the systems out the window and, you know, whatever. I don't even know where the hell I was taking this, but, oh yeah, the Red Ring of Death. So when Microsoft decided to go with the 360, they wanted to appeal to the Japanese, really the Asian territories. So this is why I tell people the console wars, there's no such thing as a console wars. It's that era is dead. Like that era is completely done. Yeah, thanks, Drew. I appreciate that. I've been taking like some ginger and garlic tea and stuff like that. So I've been doing what I can on that front. But I guess I'll see how I feel in the coming days. But yeah, so I just want to try to wrap this whole thing up with the Xbox aspect, because a lot of people just don't understand this. And this is the reason why Microsoft is currently the way they are with Xbox. Because hold on for a second. Oh boy. So Xbox, they had to change. There was no way that Xbox was ever going to overtake the popularity or the console sales of Nintendo or Sony. It was just no way. I would tell this to people till I'm blue or red in the face. And the fanboys and the fangirls and the so-called gaming journalists just would never understand this. I explain it to them like this. When you have a global brand like Nintendo and Sony, they appeal to pretty much everybody across the planet. Now, when Microsoft comes with Xbox, Microsoft has a few, I don't want to say weaknesses, but I guess you can call it weaknesses. Microsoft does not have that advantage that Sony and Nintendo has when it comes to nostalgia. It just doesn't. You know, you could be somebody that's had the OG PlayStation, the first Nintendo, like I had. I was 5 years old in '85 when my mom bought me a Nintendo. You know, Microsoft was kind of like late to the party. So during that whole Xbox 360 era, you know, going up against the PlayStation 3, that was a console war. And once Microsoft lost that, toward the end, when Sony came out with The Last of Us, once that came out, you know, I would just say this. Microsoft realized that if they could not galvanize the Asian territories to give the Xbox brand a viable chance, there is no way they would ever overtake Sony or Nintendo. So that's why when they came out with the Xbox One, and I've made videos about this, this is why Microsoft deemed the Asian territories as tier 2 territories. This is why. Because Microsoft bent over backwards during the Xbox 360 era. And getting back to the whole Red Ring of Death, that was largely in due to the fact that the 360 was made in a way to appeal to the Japanese and Asian markets. The console had very few vents. If you owned an Xbox 360, you should remember that there were not many vents on the 360. There wasn't. The system merely, the system was essentially cooking itself. That's just a fact. Now, ironically, when they came out with the Xbox One, notice how they went back to the black box design of the original Xbox. The same original Xbox, when thrown out of a window, still functioned. So, and was built to last. That's why so this is part of the reason why Microsoft's evolution happened the way it did. This is why. And then when Phil Spencer, thank God, took over from that idiot Don Matrick and came out with what Jewel has said in the chat with the backwards compatibility and all this and everything, Microsoft with the Xbox brand had a new mandate. They decided to take a new direction. So, man, I feel like I can go so deep on this, but it's like, I sometimes say to myself, at this point, who would really give a shit, right? Who would really care to hear about the history of Microsoft and Xbox and why Xbox is the way they are? And I don't know, maybe I underestimate what people are willing to listen to or want to listen to, because, you know, to toot my own horn, when it comes to this, I know quite a bit. And so when I see reports that appear on my feed regarding Final Fantasy 16's struggling sales figures on the Series X, and I say, you know something? I think what people fail to realize is, and the funny thing is, I bring up Final Fantasy 16 because it directly correlates to what I'm saying, and I'm going to wrap this up into a bow for you. Just let me cook. Microsoft, again, understanding that they would never overtake Sony and Nintendo in console sales, it's clear that there are more people that have a PlayStation than an Xbox. I think we can all agree to this. So what did people really expect to happen when you bring a Final Fantasy 16 game, which to my understanding was not exactly a Final Fantasy game that much of the fan base liked? I actually, now, not to say Final Fantasy 16 sucked, but I did see many reports and articles saying that this was not like a masterpiece. Like, I have heard that. So I don't know what people thought when you release this game on a platform that has about half the installed base of Sony. And then you have to factor also that most Xbox gamers, most, not all, simply did not get into Final Fantasy. Why? Because Final Fantasy games were really not inherently on our platform. It really wasn't until recently, in the last few years, that they started to put Final Fantasy games on Xbox. Like, let's just call a spade a spade. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? It's not like this is PlayStation where every Final Fantasy game is on there, or like back in the day how it used to be with Nintendo. So it's just I think people had unrealistic expectations on how Final Fantasy 16 was gonna do sales wise on Microsoft. I think it's pretty much an unfair, an unreasonable expectation that you're expecting a game that is, you know, kind of old at this point, that wasn't even among the best Final Fantasy games, to where now Square was like, okay, fine, we'll throw you a bone. We're going to put it on Microsoft. Like, I don't think people are really realistic with that, in my opinion. I don't know maybe what anybody may think, but that's just how I look at it. You know, he went through a lot of trial and error. Yeah, like Jinzo, yeah. Like Microsoft, in fact, that's very accurate, actually. You want to talk about trial and error? Microsoft has done it. And thanks to the vision of Phil Spencer and his team, is, in my opinion, the only reason why the Xbox brand is still around. Because I'm strongly, how can I put this? I strongly believe that if Phil Spencer did not come into the Xbox brand the way he did, and Don Matrick was left to run it, the Xbox division would not exist. The CEO of Microsoft would have cut the cord, and that would have been the end of it. And that's just what I see. So I just think that, you know, when you look at the evolution of Xbox over the years, you know, they did what they had to do to survive. And I don't know how many other companies would have been able to do that. Now, that's not to say that Microsoft or Xbox specifically doesn't have their issues, because they do. I made a video about that as well, because people would say, oh, you're just a Microsoft fanboy and blah, blah, blah. You know, all those times I talk about F Nintendo. My major issue with Microsoft is their I would say, reliance of DEI, you know, of just pushing this woke agenda. That's my main issue with Microsoft. If you were to take that aspect out of Microsoft, out of Xbox, I would then have no issue. Well, all right, maybe I don't know, but that would be one significant issue removed, as far as I'm concerned. There's just, we've seen it many times. You go woke, you go broke. I mean, I've seen it in movies and shows and video games. We've seen it with the colossal failure of the $400 million flop called Concord. I've been hearing about this other game called Marathon. I haven't even looked really in that direction, but I have not heard of anything positive coming out of that game. So it's like, you know, I don't know how many times you have to bang your head against the wall to recognize that while you're trying to appeal to the alphabet community, because they add a new letter to their weird community every week, I can't even keep up. And then you try to appeal to the woke mob. It doesn't work. It does not work. And I don't know, like, it's just very frustrating to me, but it's like, what am I going to do? The wheel is going to keep spinning, and they're going to keep pushing this nonsense out. People are going to keep rejecting it. And I just try to support, you know, some of my favorite independent developers that push games that don't require millions upon millions of dollars, that don't push pronouns, that don't push body type A and body type B, that nonsense. You know, I support and push for those. But yeah, I just think that, you know, I went on that bit of a tangent, but that's really my main issue when it comes to Microsoft, is that they are so deeply rooted in the whole DEI aspect. That's my main concern and issue with them. But outside of that, you know, with them putting games on PlayStation, and like, I understood why that was a thing. I understood why they did that. You know, I understood why they decided to no longer try to to push further into the Asian territories. They tried it in the 360 era. It didn't work. The Asian demographic, for better or worse, are fiercely loyal to Sony and Nintendo. Nothing is going to change that. So the main point of this whole thing that I'm saying about this particular topic is, even if Microsoft, the Xbox Series X or whatever system, even if they were to outsell Sony 2-1 in America, the UK, in Canada, it would not mean much because Sony has the entire Asian territories on lock. So from a global standpoint, Sony will just overall end up outselling Microsoft. So when you understand that from a business standpoint, you come to the realization and say, you know something, this is a battle we cannot win. So you know what? Let's go in a different direction. Because what do they say is a definition of insanity? Where you keep doing the same thing, but you're expecting a different result. And so I think that many people, they just don't understand. And even some of these larger YouTube channels that just, you know, they're like 100,000 subscribers, you know, a lot of these game journalists, they don't get it. They just don't get it. Anyway, I apologize for blowing my nose with toilet paper, but I will say, if it's soft enough for your ass, it's definitely soft enough for your nostrils. That's what I say. So the Caribbean islands are more Sony fan. Oh, wow. You know what? I got my, someone I know that, I'm still affiliated. He's one of my good friends, Triforce, from Empire Arcadia. And, right now, the Valkyries, our female division, they're doing big things in the Caribbean. So I understand that, you know, Microsoft, I don't really hear much of a presence of Xbox in the Caribbean. So I can believe that like a PlayStation and Nintendo probably have more of a footprint, you know, in the Caribbean islands. But you know what? I just wish, I wish that people understood the things that I do. You know, some creators do. Like, for instance, I don't know how many of you have heard of a channel. His name is Dreamcast Guy. You know, I've seen other creators make content like reacting to him, and it's like every video he's saying something along the lines that like Microsoft is dead or Microsoft is doomed, Xbox is dead. I don't know if any of you guys have seen this guy's content. It's actually kind of funny. It's actually quite funny. If you don't know of this guy, you know, check him out. You'll see what I mean. I think his latest video is basically like the first thing out of his mouth was Xbox is doomed or something of that nature. And, you know, I looked through his list of videos and I was amazed to see just how many videos he made of him saying Xbox is doomed. And we're talking about like 20,000 views, 50,000 views. I'm like, shit, I wish I could get that. Like, man, you know, I'll say F Nintendo, but I'm not overtly cutting the console down. I'll say forever in a day, that Switch 1.5, because I don't even feel confident saying the Nintendo Switch 2 when I feel like it's really just a mid-gen upgrade from the Switch 1. So I'm more like, I feel more confident calling it the Switch 1.5, to be perfectly honest. You know, Oh, so okay, so Jewel, you know of the guy I'm talking about then. Oh man. But yeah, I look at some of these creators and some of them I like. There's a guy I do enjoy listening to. He's actually quite entertaining. Dr. Disaster One. Um I don't know. You're not going to agree with everything a person says. Like some of you. Some of you will not agree with everything I say, and that's fine. You know, I've said many times, I don't want an echo chamber channel. I understand I have some subscribers that love Nintendo. I have some subscribers that love PlayStation. Or, we can all agree to disagree. We're all adults. At least I think we are. You know, I'm always open for healthy and civil debate, but you know, there are just some people out there you just can't reach. There's some people that just, you know, if you were to smack them in the face, they still won't get it. And it is what it is. This is where even some people in the comments, I'll go back and forth with some people. And once I kind of see after several exchanges where it's like, okay, you're not getting where I'm coming from, and I'm just not agreeing with you, we can just respectfully, disengage because, you probably got other things to do and I got other things to do. And maybe, we'll revisit like maybe in another video. That's how I like to look at things. But when I just look at the whole Xbox is dead narrative, I'm like, you guys know, and not you, not for those that, I'm just speaking in general. When I see people say Xbox is dead, we're talking about a company that Microsoft is $1 trillion company with a T, and whose CEO is 100% behind the brand. Now, let's just say if the CEO of Microsoft was not behind the brand. Now I can see, because then you'd be like, you know what? He's probably going to pull out funding. Xbox is dead. But these are bits of information that I don't think that a lot of these other content creators or so-called insiders, they really know. When Phil Spencer has the support of his CEO that runs $1 trillion company, it just boggles my mind. Future plans beyond. Yeah, like, we're talking about a company that, from what I can see, and Microsoft is a computer software-based company. So I've always had the sneaking suspicion in the back of my mind that, you know what, at some point, I do feel that Microsoft is going to go more toward PC. And now we're kind of seeing it. And if the rumors are to be true, that our next console is just going to be a hybrid. It's gonna blur the lines of PC and console. Now, if you're Nintendo or Sony, you are shaking in your boots, because for those that are unaware, let me explain it to you like this. If the rumors are accurate and Microsoft's next console is essentially a console PC type of deal, that would mean that every single game that PlayStation puts on PC, hold on. Sorry. That every single game that PlayStation would put on PC, we as Microsoft users will have access to that game. Not only will we have access to that game, we will also have access to any and all games that are across the entire Steam library. So I say it, I really want to laugh, but I just feel in pain right now. But it just, how can you have a console like that? Because I do feel that the rumors are going to be true. There are too many things that I see that I kind of see where the wind is blowing. And I do believe 90% that this is the direction that Microsoft is going with the next console. And as far as I'm concerned, unless Sony and Nintendo do something completely radical and drastic, I don't want to say they're going to go out of business. I don't want to say that. But I will say that they will have to 1,000,000,000%, and I do mean 1,000,000,000% have to rely on their first party games. Like 1 billion. Because not only will we have our Microsoft games, not only will we have our Game Pass, we will also have the PC ports of any and all PlayStation games. We will also have Steam. I don't see how you can get any better than this. So, yeah. They're more than likely PlayStation. Well, see, the thing is, Jordan, I think that, and I just want to say also another thing. The reason why I look off camera, just to kind of, is I haven't figured out how to get the chat to appear. Because right now, all right, so right now I'm looking at my laptop. This is where my eyes are, right? So I haven't figured out how to get the chat to appear. So I have to figure how to do that on OBS. I'll just watch a tutorial about it later. So I usually just open my phone. So I open my phone and I just have the chat on my phone. So that's what I pretty much do. So, so I apologize for that. That's why I don't respond to you guys immediately, but, so I apologize for that. Cause a lot of you guys do make a lot of sense. But yeah, pretty much since Sony confirmed 1 game a year for AAA narrative titles, Nintendo is safe with their first party exclusive. Yeah, so Microsoft, I don't want to come out and say 100%. I don't want to say 100%, but I will say that there is a strong possibility, I would say 90%, that Microsoft is going to do a PC hybrid. They're going to do a PC hybrid. And to be perfectly honest, I'm a little bit mad that I did not see this as a potential situation in the past, because I mean, Microsoft's whole beginning, their whole business was Windows, and Windows is a PC product. So when they came out with the Xbox to get into gaming, it always seemed kind of like a sideshow. Even back in the OG Xbox days, it took a while for me to even think and accept, okay, well, it looks like Microsoft is going to be really committing to this. So with the fact that Microsoft realized after the 7th generation of the 360, no longer being able to compete with PlayStation or Nintendo when it comes to console sales, and they decided to go the route of the subscription services, because at the time Netflix was still getting off the ground. If you remember, Netflix was still relatively new. I think Netflix was maybe out for a few years, but they were still kind of new. And then now, if you look, like, a lot of things are a subscription service, and the people have voted with their wallets. Many people prefer subscription services, for better or worse. And so I do feel that from a business standpoint, Microsoft going this route of Game Pass was genius, and it was the right business decision to do. So it's just funny to me to see how Sony decided to come out with their own version of Game Pass, kind of like a poor man's version. And then to see how Sony, they were completely against putting their first party titles on PC. And now that's what they're doing. So this is why I will say Sony essentially X copies off of Xbox, and this is the truth. This is not my opinion. It is what it is. It doesn't take nothing away from, PlayStation's great first party titles or their development teams. It doesn't take from Mark Cerny, the guy who's I think their lead engineer for their consoles. It doesn't take away from his genius, but from a business side, yeah, they definitely X copy off of Xbox left and right, 100%. And now that Microsoft is going in a direction of the hybrid console PC, honestly, I think Microsoft has finally decided to go to a level that Sony and Microsoft will not be able to go to. And the reason for that, in my opinion, is because Sony and Nintendo, they do not have the liquid assets. They do not have they do not have the money to do that. Sony, as successful as Sony and Nintendo are, they pale in comparison to Microsoft. So it is what it is. It's just they're at a level that Sony and Nintendo cannot reach. That's just the facts. In fact, you know what? Let me just do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. Real quick. This is what I always like to do. I like to do this in my videos from time to time. Let me see. Let me go on over to Yahoo. See, I tell people, if you ever want to see how companies are faring, just go look up their stock. If you want to cut through all of the bullshit, all of the corporate nonsense, all of the marketing slogans, you look at their stock. And I can tell you that many people don't like this because it's numbers. It is what it is. So if we look at Nintendo, right? Look at Nintendo. Let's look at Nintendo's stock currently. So Nintendo is trading at $22.70 as of 3:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. So they have a market cap of okay, so Nintendo has increased. Because the last time I checked this, Nintendo was about 98 billion. So they have a market cap of 105, basically $105.7 billion. Okay. And let's see, their average. Okay. All right. So Nintendo, okay, 105 billion market cap and a $22 stock quote. Let's look at Sony. Hold on. Sony Group Corporation. They are a little bit higher at 24.88. And you can look at this graph here. Ooh, this don't look too good. Yikes. Okay. Interesting. Now, Sony's market cap, 149 billion. Okay. All right. Now, let's go on over to Microsoft. Let's just have some fun on this one. Microsoft. Microsoft. So Microsoft 409. Oh wow, look, it's changing in real time. $492.19 or 16 cents, depending on how you look at it. Okay. And their market cap is 3.65 trillion. So I show this to show if Microsoft really wanted to, they could swallow Nintendo and Sony whole. Like Jaws from like the movie. They could swallow Nintendo and Sony whole. Now, of course, that would basically doom the gaming industry. And I'm pretty sure every single government agency and the FTC would step in to make sure that would not happen. But when people, Microsoft, fanboy, whatever aside, if we just look at sheer fucking numbers, Microsoft destroys Sony and Nintendo. Sony and Nintendo could literally do a Goku and Vegeta fusion, and they would still pale in comparison to Microsoft when it comes to money. Because at the end of the day, that's what this really comes down to. This is the reason why Microsoft is able to do things that Sony and Nintendo cannot do. And that might rub people the wrong way. That might piss people off. That might be like, you know what? You're just a Sony hater. You're just a Nintendo hater. Believe me, I've heard it all. And this is probably the reason why I just went from 10. Oh, wow. I guess everybody's going to drop off my stream because I literally showed I literally just showed financial proof. And I guess this is the reason why I'm losing everybody on my stream. Because I just saw it was 10 people. Now it's down to 4. So, like I say, you have people that just don't want to see the reality. They want the fantasy. They want the drama. They want the make-believe. And that's fine. You know, I can do that. I've done that in my videos. But when it comes to just sheer on what is fact, what is reality, people don't want that. Well, many people don't want it. And I'm sorry for them. You know, as you can be a Nintendo loyalist, you can be a PlayStation loyalist, and that's fine. But I'm sorry. There are just certain things that neither Nintendo or Sony they just can't do. And even if they were to try to do it, it would not be as effective because they would be bleeding money that they could not spare. The only reason why Microsoft is able to entertain this console / PC hybrid, which is going to cost them a lot of money, is because Microsoft has a lot of money. It is what it is. It is what it is. So I just really want to show that. I want to highlight that because, oh wow, look at that. I got 9 people watching. Okay. Oh, what up, man? What up? What up, CK? You know, I was just kind of showing people before you showed up that, yeah, I was just showing some people some of the hard numbers. And would you know that, hey, little Lulu, howdy. I was just showing some people just hard numbers on Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, and just showing that, look, you could be a fan of Nintendo and Sony. There's nothing wrong with that. But the reality is this: when you have a company that is literally like, if I wanted to buy, like if you don't understand the way stock goes, this means that essentially I would have to spend $492 to get one share of Microsoft. Now, if I'm wrong, fine, I can be wrong. I never said I'm the expert of stock and finance, but I can see a number that's larger than the competition's number. I can see that. And, you know, and in fact, I think, wasn't there a way I can compare? I remember I was trying to, let me see, add holdings. Oh, no, I can't do that. Because I know that there was a way I can put both, or, oh, here we go, on the right side of the screen. So yeah, so I hope you can probably see it. So yeah, so basically we got $22 from Sony, $24 from Nintendo, and I think I had Ubisoft here at $9. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know, numbers don't lie. It is what it is. It is very, very expensive to go into Microsoft when it comes to purchasing their shares. But if you have the money, I would think that, you know, you would have a better return. But then again, maybe not. But what I do understand is simply this. Microsoft has a much larger war chest than Sony and Nintendo. And this is the reason why they are able to do certain things that both those companies can't do. The thing is with the, and I think I mentioned the ROG Ally earlier in the stream. But let me just kind of touch on that one more time real quick. I think that the ROG is it will come down to price, right? I have seen a report that it may be around the $1,000 mark for the premium version, because they have two versions, right? They have the ROG Ally and they got the ROG Ally X, I believe. So I think for the premium version, it's going to be either 1,000 or just under 1,000. Now, for me, I'm not a handheld guy, so it's probably not going to be something that I'm going to really be interested in. I mean, I think the last handheld I've ever owned was like a Game Boy, and this shows how old I am. So I'm not really a handheld guy. But I do think that it is a large market, and it is a market that Nintendo for the largest time has dominated. And now you have the Steam Deck, which a lot of my subscribers have told me that the Steam Deck is it sounds that like many of my subscribers like the Steam Deck. They feel it's a good value. You know, but I just think that, if Microsoft really wants to enter into that market, they are at a disadvantage. So Microsoft is doing the smart thing by attaching their brand to an already established handheld with the ROG Ally, and just to kind of gauge to see if people are going to buy it, right? Like, let's just say if the ROG Ally flops, if people, you know, whatever sales expectations they have, because believe me, when a company is bringing a product to market, they already have a certain amount of units that they want to get out. They have a sales expectations, you know, to gauge interest, to recoup some of the costs of development. There's a lot. If it completely flops, Microsoft, they'll probably lose some money, but they're not going to lose as much money as if they would have created like a device from scratch. Do you understand what I mean? Like if you had Microsoft engineers create an actual handheld device, 100% developed from Microsoft in not in store, it's in company, then Microsoft would lose a lot of money. So I think that this is a very smart move that Microsoft is making that I don't think a lot of creators even understand, just from a business standpoint. So my thought is this: if the ROG Ally ends up being a bit of a success, even if it doesn't have monumental success, if it has some aspect of a success, Microsoft can look at that in the years in the future and take that and say, okay, we see that when we did the ROG Ally situation, it wasn't great, but it didn't bomb. It did show that there is interest in having a handheld with Microsoft UI and our ecosystem embedded in the device. So let's create our own. This is why you guys have heard, because I've heard it, the articles saying Microsoft froze their handheld device, they canceled their plans, and this is why. Because Microsoft did have a handheld device that they were planning on bringing to market. But I think that they realized the safer play is this ROG Ally. And that's what I feel. I can't wait till I'm out of this, because it sucks being sick, but it also sucks being sick in like 100-degree weather. So yeah. That's actually one of the reasons, Jewel. One of the things that I've heard, and I've been hearing this a lot, is the market share between Steam OS versus Windows 11. And I've heard many people say that playing video games on Windows 11 hasn't been the best of experiences. That's what I've heard. And I think Microsoft realizes that they are fastly losing market share. And at some point, Steam OS is going to corner the market. Well, they kind of have, but not by 100%. So that's part of the reason why Microsoft decided to go with ASUS. I think that's their name, ASUS or ASUS, with the ROG, because it's a direct competitor to Steam Deck. And this is why I believe Microsoft has gone that direction. And, you know, and some people may say, well, if they're building a PC/hybrid and they're going to include Steam functionality, then why is it important for Microsoft to stave off the Steam OS in overtaking Windows 11? So that would be a good question, and I don't know how many people even raise that question. At the end of the day, when you have a business arrangement with a particular company in one particular avenue, it does not mean that you still don't want your own business to expand its market share in another aspect of the same business. That may not make sense to some people, but this is how a lot of businessmen and women think. So this is why, because I feel like that would be a question somebody would pose to me, because I feel like I'm trying to choose my words well here. I feel that all the rumors surrounding the Steam integration and all this, that, and the other, I think it makes sense business wise. And I believe reading the articles and hearing the rumors I've been hearing between Valve, which is the owner of Steam, and Microsoft, it makes complete business sense to form that alliance. Why? Two reasons. Number one, Steam wants to, they want to expand into the console space. They want to do that. Number two, Microsoft wants to expand its Game Pass subscription service and their Xbox brand in general. So since Microsoft realized that the Xbox brand, going back to this for like the 40 millionth time, they recognize that from a hardware console sales standpoint, they're not ever going to catch Nintendo and Sony. That ship has sailed. Microsoft could care less at that point. The only people that keep bringing up those, PlayStation outsold Xbox 3-1. The only one that keep bringing that up are the PlayStation and the Sony fanboys and the so-called gaming journalists, because they have nothing else to report on. Microsoft could care two shits about that. They're on to bigger and better things. That's basically what's been going on that front. So understanding the alliance between Steam and Microsoft, their motivations, that's what's important to understand. Their motivations directly lie within each other. This is why I believe the rumors of full Steam integration. Because why not? This will bring Steam to that coveted console space. And this would also allow Microsoft to further expand into the PC space. It's a match made in heaven. And and then on the flip side of that, we have the ROG Ally. Microsoft is going to be looking very sharply, keeping tabs to see how that handheld does. If it flops, they won't bother entering into the handheld space. If it does remotely well, in years into the future, Microsoft will come out with their own dedicated handheld. That is what's going on. Everything is in alignment, yes. But it annoys me when I see channels that are so larger than mine. I'm like, God damn, man. Sometimes I'll go into the comment section and I feel like just telling everybody, why don't you guys just subscribe to me and get the real deal? But I don't do that because I don't want to disrespect other people's channels and spam. But I just feel that there are a lot of people out there that they're missing a lot of the key points of the story. Like they'll say, well, Microsoft is doomed. Microsoft is dead. You'll see that. Or, oh, Microsoft is coming out with a handheld. It's not really theirs. It's really the Microsoft user experience. We don't know what it means. Of course they don't know what it means. They don't know. They don't understand what Microsoft is playing the long game. You ever heard that expression? You may have won the battle, but we're going to win the war. That's what this is. Microsoft is primed to win the war. Now, whether they do, I don't know, but they're primed to do so. And given the draconian nature of both Sony and Nintendo in basically running their companies like it's still the 80s or even the 90s, I just throw my hands up. I really don't know what to say. I just wish, I wish them luck. And it is insanity. You know, I try to pride myself in seeing the bigger picture. And I understand that a lot of content creators, a lot of, and I don't say all, I don't deal in absolutes, but many of the people that I've seen that, you know, are at that 20,000, 50,000, even a million subscriber base, you know, it's like they understand aspects, and sometimes I'll comment, you know, for their algorithm and whatnot. And then, you know, I'll give them a good comment. But then you got others that, like this Dreamcast guy, like he doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Like this guy is cringe. Like if I ever had this guy one-on-one, I would probably embarrass him in any kind of gaming related debate. Like it just boggles my mind how now maybe some people know more than they lead on. Maybe they just do it for the algorithm. Maybe they just do it because they know their viewers will watch it. I don't know. It could be that too. It could be that, you know, who knows? Who knows? He doesn't. Yeah. It's, you know, I, I gotta admit, I've heard of this term grifting, probably in the last year. And it was a word I had not heard of until I started making content. And, you know, it's interesting to hear this term. And I guess it's like you're just making doom content. Like you're just bad mouthing something for the sake of bad mouthing, I guess. Yeah, I'm a newbie to this shit. It's very, I don't know. And, so you know what? Pretty much, and he owns all consoles. And you know something? I feel like that is also kind of sad that, you know, you own every console, right? As you said, Jewel. So I would figure that you would have more of a understanding of each of those consoles and their business and, you know, their future plans and things of that nature. But apparently he does not. He hates it, yet hasn't returned it. You know, I've said this. I don't hate the Switch 1.1, or no, excuse me, 1.5. You know, I'll make my jokes about it. I'll tease it. You know, I'll say that the Switch 1.5, it's a capable little console, but definitely not worth no $450. And that goes in line with my Nintendo videos. But I really speak to just the corporate structure and the anti-consumerism of Nintendo as a company. And I think that is a distinction that even some of my subscribers may misconstrue with me and just think that I just hate Nintendo products. It's not that I dislike Nintendo, like the games. Like if I had Mario Kart World, would I play I'd probably play the game. I'd probably play it every now and then. You know, I love Metroid. That's like my favorite franchise, you know, followed up by Zelda, you know. But as a company, see, I look at the bigger picture of things. I look at where is the company going? Do you understand? I'm sure you understand. where is the company going? Are they doing right by their consumers? Are they pro-consumer? Or are they at least making the effort of being pro-consumer? And when I look at Nintendo, I just don't see that. Like, I refuse to throw away my principles and just go into an ecosystem like Nintendo, spend $480 to $490, because you got to factor in tax, right? Once you pay the taxes, that $450 is going to go up to $490 or $480. I refuse to buy into a console that I know from a hardware standpoint is essentially a mid-gen upgrade at best, with $80 games that are not worth $80, with an online infrastructure that is not even up to par with Sony's offering, with an end user license agreement that is absolutely abysmal. I refuse to engage with a company like that. That's just where I stand as I go on this little mini tirade about Nintendo. Now, if you were to buy me or gift me a Switch 2 or 1.5, thank you. I'll play it on my stream. You know, I may have my little fun with it, but it doesn't change my position on the company. And I think that there are people that have a hard time understanding that. Like, it's like I can like God of War Ragnarok for PlayStation. I can appreciate the work that Santa Monica Studios put forth into the game. I can respect the genius that Mark Cerny put into the PlayStation 5. But do I like Sony as a company? No. There's a difference. Thanks, Jordan. So, in fact, let me read this out loud. So it says, a grifter is basically someone who tries to make a community look bad purposely, in parentheses, by talking nonsense. However, the internet has used this term loosely to name call anyone who hates on something a griff. Interesting. Okay. Well, Jewel, the nostalgia when it comes to Nintendo is real. If there is anything I would say about Nintendo, they are masters at wielding the power of nostalgia. I think the nine folk that are still with me, or now 10, that are with me, we can all agree that nobody wields the sword of nostalgia quite like Nintendo. I think we can all agree with that. We can all agree. Oh my goodness, I can laugh, but I don't want to like start sneezing or, you know, whatever. I don't want mucus to come flying out my nose on live stream. So you gotta excuse me on that one. But maybe when I get over this cold or the flu or whatever the hell I'm dealing with right now, I'll definitely revisit that point. And, but yeah, you know, I think, that's kind of like how I look at it, you know, because I'm a gamer, you know, I think as gamers, we each like what we like, you know, you have someone like Jewel here, you know, she's very active on my channel. I greatly appreciate her, and I can see that she's a gamer. And I'm pretty sure, you know, Jewel has her favorites. You have Jordan. Sure, you have your favorites. You have everybody else that's in this stream currently right now. You guys have your preferred, whether it's you love your Steam Deck, you love your PC. We each have our favorites. But to let you guys understand how I operate and who you subscribe to and you're watching right now, I can play and respect the effort that a developer went through to create that game. But I separate that and I look at the company. And that's how I look at things. And when I go on X, or Twitter as it was, I just see a lot of people, they cannot make that distinction. They look at it as, well, if you don't like this game, you hate the other. Or it's just, I don't think people really understand. You know, I'm not a fan of Nintendo as a brand, but I can appreciate some of their games. I can appreciate the effort and what they were aiming with for the Switch. It's just not my cup of tea. So now I will say, if the Switch 1.5 was adequately priced, maybe if it was $350, I mean, I don't want to come out and say $300. You know, I kind of feel like saying $300, but I'll push it and say if it was $300, if the Switch 1.5 was $350, I would be a little bit more receptive to it. But I just can't help but think that this mid-gen Nintendo hardware is essentially $50 less than my Xbox Series X, and this is supposed to be Nintendo's next generation. I just can't get behind it. I just can't. It's like I cannot suspend my belief. I just can't do it. Oh, what's good, Tekken House? You know, yeah, man. I'm just to catch you up real quick. Everybody in the stream, this is a very prominent Tekken player, by the way. Good brother here. I'm just under the weather. I think I have the flu, or I'm recovering from the flu. So I just felt like getting on stream, yap about Xbox. I haven't even gotten to Tekken yet, actually. I haven't even ranted about that yet. And just other topics. But anyway, I'm hoping everything is good with you, and all that good stuff. Hey, what's up, Retro? Hey, man. Hope all is well. That's why I think the Switch 2 will be left behind and the hype will die down. You know what? I won't be surprised, Jewel. I think that yeah, man, believe me, man, I've been blowing my nose. I made this little joke. Hey, with this toilet paper, if it's soft enough for your ass, it's soft enough to blow your nose with. So that's how I look at it. So, but hey, you know what? The funny thing, I know this is way off topic. This is in the realm of Tekken, but for you guys, some of you guys probably don't play Tekken. I know, Jewel, you probably don't play Tekken. But what do you know? You compete at an event and you get banned and disqualified because you throw Charmin toilet paper at the commentators. So I was following that story too. So it's absolutely ridiculous. Oh man, but yeah, it really is. But yeah, you know, I think if the Nintendo Switch 1.5 was $350, I think it would be much better received. But when we're pushing $450, and you're not really giving a $450 experience, you know, now, to be fair, you can argue and say, well, maybe, Red, you just don't like the Switch 2, but I do. And that's fine. I've had people that would say that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, even I'm aware that I've liked bad games. You know, you've ever watched a movie or a show that you really enjoy, but deep down you know it's not that great. It's just something that you like. It's kind of like that with Nintendo. It's kind of like that. Ultra soft for real. But yeah, like Switch 2, I don't know, maybe for nostalgia. Yeah, yo, oh, that is perfect. That is a perfect way. Now, it's harsh what Retro said, but I like it. It is nostalgia, but everything else is robbery. Because you're asking people to come out of pocket for $80 games. Now, I have heard some of the corrections that Nintendo said that they're just going to charge $80 for their first party games. Okay. And third party titles, the pricing would be left up to them. But how long do you think, right? I'm going to ask you guys, if you're putting games, how should I phrase this? I'm trying to think. So if I'm Nintendo and I say to you guys, I'm going to charge $80 for my first party games, but you guys, everybody that's in the stream, every one of you make your own game. So all 11 of you right now are game developers, and I will leave the pricing of those games up to you guys. How long would it be before any one of you says, you know what? Why don't we charge $80 for our game too? How long do you think that would take? I don't think it would take very long, to be perfectly honest. Man, not that long indeed, exactly. But Retro, yeah, I know, man. I know. Yeah, yeah. I don't feel I feel it's pointless to sugarcoat stuff. Like, be real. Be real. You know what I mean? And that's what I really want to come across as a creator. You know I'm far from the best. I don't have the best thumbnails. I dare sure don't have the best production value, but at the very least, I want people to come by and say, you know what? If Red is saying it, I can take it to the bank because at least I know he's not bullshitting. If I can come away with people can think about me in that way, I'm happy for. And I think that brings me to another interesting point, that there's a large YouTuber. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this person, but he's pretty massive. He's like an Indian guy. Madahura. He's like a Nintendo guy. What's his name? Oh God, what the hell is this guy's name? You guys, one of you probably even heard of him before. Mudahara. Yes, that guy. Mudahar. Yes. Thank you, Jewel. Oh, that's another one. Some ordinary gamer. Okay. I never heard of him before, but Mudahar. So what I heard, from another creator, a much larger channel, I heard that this Mudahar guy, he, and you guys probably know the story. That's the name of his channel. Oh, so Mudahar is his name. Oh, okay. That shows what I know. So apparently this guy, he made some content around how he, disliked Nintendo or the Switch or whatever, and then he ends up buying the damn thing. And a lot of other of his peers started roasting him about it. And yeah, he turned out to be a fucking hypocrite. And that's something you don't want to do. You don't want to do that. Yeah, you really don't want to do that, because I know enough to know this. You don't want to lose integrity. You don't want to lose integrity with your business. You don't want to lose integrity if you're a social media with your audience. Because for me, when it comes to, I don't know, like right now, let me take this off. I was feeling a little lightheaded just now. So I'm sorry. Just give me a little moment here. Oh, take a little bit of water. Let me move this over. Sorry. 'Cause I had the thing on my lap. Ah, God. Oh my goodness. Ah. I know this water is probably hot as hell right now. Oh. All right. Put it back. Okay. Oh, damn thing fell down. Hold on. Oh boy. Wait. I think I messed up the camera. Wait. Okay. Make sure. Right. I think I have everything back. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just felt a little lightheaded for a second. Um, it was probably because I had this bandana on. I was trying to capture all the damn sweat or whatever because I've been sweating like a pig. But yeah, I don't know about the Discord thing. Maybe I'll look into that. I've heard so much controversy surrounding the whole Discord thing, so I wasn't sure about that. But I know, like for instance, some of my friends, like a Tekken player named Shinblade, very popular player, arguably Steve Fox of America. Much shout out to him. I know he has a Discord. He promotes it a lot. But I don't know. I'll look into it and see what's what. Um, Let me see. That guy is goofy to me. He said Microsoft. Yeah, like the Mutahar guy. I don't know, man. I feel like and that's another thing. He made like this apology video, and then they roasted him for that. I'm like this. You're gonna do what you're gonna do with your money, but that's like, for instance, if I ended up deciding to buy a Nintendo Switch 2, which I damn sure will not, but let's just say if I did, do you really think I would actually make a video posting that? Hell no. Hell no. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to still be fair, and I wanted to have, I don't know if I'll still do it, but I wanted to have some content of me playing a Switch 2. Because I mean, honestly, I never handled one. So I was thinking about going over to my friend's place, and because I have a friend he's really a collector. Like his collection is pretty godlike. And I'm here in New York, so I'm in Brooklyn, for instance, right? So he's in a different part of Brooklyn, and I've been meaning to go pay him a visit, but our schedules it's kind of tough to line up. So I wanted to kind of do something with him, where, I'm like, my idea is let me go through the UI, and if I get lost, then he can chime in and help me get through it. Because, I don't know, I think that would probably be pretty cool, but I will not be contributing my money to Nintendo for it. So that's just kind of, you know, that's just something that I won't do. You know, because again, regardless of how I feel about the company of Nintendo, that's not to say that the Nintendo Switch does not have fun little games. I'm pretty sure people, if you do play Mario Kart World, you probably have a little fun with it. I can't imagine you not, because I played Mario Kart years ago. Like, I remember the first Mario Kart I played. I remember I used to have fun playing it. So I'm pretty sure it's a fun game, but just not fun enough for me to drop $80 for it. Not fun enough for me to drop $450 for the hardware. But, I mean, I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. So, but yeah. I just feel like, I just feel it's very important to be honest and maintain a level of integrity with your audience. And, you know, if you have some hard lines, don't cross them. If you have some principles, uphold them. That's what I believe in. This is where, you know, hopefully if over the years, if I can continue growing the channel, you know, I would love to be like one of those channels that gets like early access game codes and play, you know, games and then, you know, tell you guys about it. But I definitely don't want to be in those situations where I'm lying about the game and saying, oh, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you guys get the fucking game that's absolute dog shit. I don't want to be that. And I can recall a situation with another creator. I think his name is Young Yeah. I watched some of his videos, and there was a controversy surrounding his initial take shilling for Cyberpunk 2077, that he had to, you know, his audience literally like cut him down, and he had to spend a lot of time rebuilding his, you know, getting back in people's good graces, so to speak. You said him. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Him. Yeah. So Young, yeah. I mean, because I followed him for a number of years, and the whole Cyberpunk 2077, most of those issues really arose from the last gen. And that's a whole story in and out of itself that I could have made a video about, but that at that time I wasn't uploading videos onto my channel at the time. So I just never got around to speaking about it. You know, if I can just describe how I feel in this current moment, you ever felt like a human dish rag? That's kind of how I feel in this moment. I feel like an actual dish rag. I feel like I have minimal energy. But anyway, enough about me. You subscribed to him because I believe what he stood for then. Stop watching since he also bought a Switch 2. Oh, I didn't know about. Oh, okay. I actually didn't know that he criticized this, because the thing is, the channels I've been watching most of the time, and I mean like more than like 30 seconds, was and like I said, everybody has good and bad. This one guy named Luke Stevens, I've watched him. I've watched Dr. Disaster 1. What's this other guy? This other guy appeared on my feed. I watch him every now and then. Some guy named Frittata. I don't watch him very often, but I've seen a few of his videos. That's how I knew about the Mutahar thing, because he actually made a video just destroying Mutahar's apology video. So yeah. Hollow? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he absolutely destroyed him. I just read up here. So Crash Team Racing, open world. Yes, Lulu. Very good. Oh, okay, I'm glad I looked at the phone. Like I said, I gotta figure out how to get the chat on to like my laptop with the OBS. I gotta figure out that. But yeah. And you know, the funny thing about that is, Lulu, is the fact that Sega, you guys probably already know this. Sega has their own Mario Kart-like game coming out. So when you look at the lawsuits that Nintendo is levying against the company that's making Pal World, what, they're not going to do anything to Sega? So that's where a friend of mine told me that Nintendo picks on companies that can't fight for themselves, so there's that. Sonic Cross Racing, yes. I think that's what it's called, right? Sonic Cross Racing, yes. So I've seen that game and I'm like, okay, this is like, shit. If Nintendo kept the same energy with the whole we're gonna sue Pal World, what are they gonna do with Sonic Cross Racing? They're gonna let Nintendo's gonna let them rock? So I don't know. That's another reason why I'm not a fan of Nintendo, the company. I think they're just, I hate to say the word bully, but I think they're just corporate bullies, honestly. But yeah, I just think when I look at some creators, I'm most of the time now I'm looking at how they organize their content, right? I'm looking at ways that I could get better, because I feel like my strength is being on camera. I feel that's my strength. But in terms like the thumbnail and, putting things on the screen like B-roll, when to cut and all the other stuff, whether to have music in my videos or not, I'm still kind of experimenting myself. So when I look at some of these larger channels, like a Luke Stevens or a Young Yeah, some of the larger channels, I kind of, it's not so much I'm looking at their videos for the content. I'm really looking at it from, okay, what can I take from this that can potentially help me? Because now that I'm in this space, it's like a business. I want to see how I can be better. And, whether it's, it's kind of like a growth. But then every now and then I do come across a video where from a content standpoint, it is very interesting to me. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, I tend to greatly appreciate it. And yeah, it is whatever's comfortable for you. And I appreciate that, Jewel. And I have taken a few ideas and made them into my own. And yeah, Jordan, I appreciate that. When you're a content creator like me, it's pretty small, we're kind of small on the totem pole. I make the joke to some of my friends that doesn't do this, and I say, I'm the talent, I'm the lighting guy, I'm the editor, I'm the sound guy, I'm literally everything, and I've had to learn so many different things on top of doing research for the topics I'm going to talk about. So it gets very time consuming, and it's hard for me to cover all of the topics, you know what I'm saying? So I just try to do the best I can. And so when I look at like a company like IGN, obviously, in my opinion, I think they're completely fucking shills. Look at GameStop. I feel like all these companies are shills at this point. They're all full of shit. Their opinions goes to the highest bidder. And that's just something that I just don't want to go into that route, because my father, may God rest his soul, he used to tell me this as a kid growing up: never sacrifice your principles for fast money. Because when I looked at it as I got older, and now that he's passed away, I lost him when I was 31. I'm 44 now. When I look at it, what I thought he was basically meaning is, you can sell out for money right now, and it might be good money, but you damage your reputation. You damage potential bridges you have. And it's hard to ever recover from that. And I just think it's best to just not even go that direction at all. And so when I look at a lot of my peers on the platform, I'm like, when I look at a lot of these game reviews, it's kind of hard for me to kind of trust, you know, certain people. You know, I mean, there's certain people like. There's a guy I used to watch many years ago. His name was I think it was ACG. He would like break down a game from, I think, like story, sound, music, and he would cover each bullet point. I don't know if he still does it, but I remember watching him like maybe 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. It was a long time ago. I haven't watched him in a while, but I appreciated the way he went about it. But then when I look at, you know, some of these other places, I'm just like, I can't. I just can't. Yeah. What's up, Understanding G? Huh. Okay. Well, I hope all is well with you. You say you don't trust any content creators anymore when it comes to reviews. You know, and I totally understand. And I think most of the people that's here in the chat will probably agree with you, actually. You know, I think when it comes to reviews, I've always said, in my opinion, nothing beats a demo. Or at least a demo that's functional. Because if you're able to play a functional demo, you can just make up your own mind if you like the game or not. Because at the end of the day, it's your money. It's your money to buy the game. It's your money. I mean, it's up to you if you want to make that investment. When you're looking at somebody that's reviewing a game, that's a large responsibility, because and I think some creators may not, I don't think they understand the responsibility they have, or they downplay it to where you can essentially influence people to buy a particular something, and they may not like it, and then they may or may not be able to return it. And, you know, it's just, I just feel like when it comes to stuff like that, I feel like, you know, people should take that a little bit more seriously. If there's something about the game that you don't like in the review, you should call it out. Now, if you're under a situation where that game developer says, hey, I want you to, all right, now I'm going to use a word because I am 44 years old. I understand this is a new age word for the young folk. Glaze. I've been hearing that lately. So if you got content creators that are going to glaze a particular game, I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm just not a fan of that. You know, if I was ever in a position to do that sort of review process, one of the things I would communicate is, if I see something wrong with your game, can I call it out? Because you can call something out and still be respectful. I'm not going to say, oh my God, this shit is fucking trash. Like, I'm not going to go on the deep end like that. But I will say, look, there's something about this game that I wasn't really a fan of. You know, if it's a stealth-based game and I don't have the ability to take cover, to put my back against the wall, to kind of peek around corners, then I feel like I'm not as immersed in the stealth experience. So your mileage may vary, but for me personally, it's just that's an aspect of a stealth-based game that I personally would rather have. That little mock right there is how I would approach, just to give a little bit of an example, that's how I would approach it. I don't know what you think of that, but, you know, that's what I would say. Yeah, that glazed word. Yeah, I feel like I guess that there's a reason why they don't put demos out. And it's just my conspiracy theorists. My conspiracy theorist hat is I feel like if they had more demos, there would be less and less people that would be tuning into other people that would be tuning in for reviews. I don't know what you think. It could be a possibility, because I look at like when you see, you remember and I remember Jewel, you was on the stream with me when we were watching the Xbox Game Fest, and you were hella excited. You were taking down all the games you liked. And now imagine if some of those demos, right? Because I think they like, for instance, they had some working parts of the game. Now imagine if they, allowed people to play those type of demos. I wish that was a thing. Oh shit. Excuse me. Well, my first sneeze. Oh boy. But let me see. Oh gosh. There would be more feedback and more engagement. 100%. I managed to play the Ninja Gaiden Ragebound demo, which, I made a video about. Actually, I made 2 videos about it. And it was, I'm a console guy. So all this talk about Steam, I decided to create my own Steam account. And I was amazed to learn, because I'm totally ignorant to that side of gaming, that Steam had a demo for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And I was so excited. You should have saw me. That would have probably been a perfect time for me to do a YouTube short. I was cheesing from ear to ear. I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe they don't have this on Xbox. I was fucking losing my mind. I must have downloaded that demo and like I couldn't download it fast enough. And there's like nothing bad, honestly. There's nothing bad I can say about that game. Coming from somebody who played the original NES Ninja Gaiden, because I am old enough to remember from back then. And if the company sticks the landing and the entire game goes off without a hitch, which I feel it will, then they have a very special game on their hands. 100%. 100%. Wild Hearts. I don't think I tried that yet. Let me see. It was a different take from the original Monster Hunter. It was similar, yes. Wild Hearts. Wait a second. Hold on. Wasn't Wild Heart... Wait, I might be bugging out. Wasn't Wild Hearts on... Wasn't that like an old PlayStation game? Like, am I bugging? 'Cause I think it... that name sounds familiar. Wild Hearts. I don't know. Was it? Or maybe I'm thinking of another game. Because I for some reason, I'm having a vague recollection of an old PlayStation. It might have been PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 Wild Hearts. I believe they made 2 games. And if I'm just completely off base, I'll blame it on the fact that I'm middle-aged and maybe the memory isn't as sharp as it used to be. So who knows? I'll use that as my excuse. But it could be. Maybe that's what Retro was talking about. I'm not too sure until he chimes back in. But yeah, when it comes to having more demos, which potentially can limit. Oh wait. Yeah, they used to go by a different name. Oh, really? Okay. So I'm not going crazy. All right. Okay. All right. Well, at least it's good to know I wasn't just imagining things, you know? um, but yo, gosh, I feel like, yeah, we do need more demos. And, but I think, well, not think, gosh, I'm like so compromised right now. I apologize. This cold is really kicking my ass right now. But I think, when I went to the Steam, app, the Steam website, and I saw they had this thing, it was like some sort of a developer event that had a lot of, demos. And, it recently ended, but I was surprised to see that Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is still available to be played. So when I typed it in, I typed in a question, and I think the question was, at the end of this Steam event, will those demos still be live? And the answer I got was some developers will leave their demo available to be played on Steam, and other developers will stick to the event time schedule and remove their demo. So I played a demo called Absalom. I played that. It kind of reminded me of like an old school Guardian Heroes, if you ever played that game. Yeah, well, Guardian Heroes, and more recently, there's a game on Xbox I'm really enjoying. It's called Towerborn, I think it's called. I think it's an Xbox exclusive, or well, I mean, it's on PC. I'm sure, but yeah, Towerborn. I think it's still in game preview, but it's pretty fun. It's like a beat 'em up type of game, anime style driven. You've probably seen the game. So the Absalom game is made by a company called Dotemu. They're the ones, I believe, that made the Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. And I think they are also, gosh, are they the ones partly making Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? I forget, because I have a few companies in my mind. I have Game Kitchen, Dotemu. I know they're responsible for Blasphemous, which is a fucking phenomenal game. Like, I would say, if you guys try the Blasphemous games, those are very solid games, very enjoyable. But, I just love that style of game. It's not too complicated. It's enjoyable. It's not filled with identity politics, all that good stuff. But yeah, let's see. You got so many indie cozy games, so many demos that help a lot, give you first impressions, like Eric Shom, The Stolen Dream. Oh, never seen that game. Indie games are still, my last controller broke because of hate. Oh shit, damn. Damn. You broke your controller playing Hades? That was the roguelike game, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think that was the game, I think he was trying to escape hell or something like that. I heard they're coming out with a second game. I think this one's gonna have a female lead. I don't know much about it, but, so, okay. So the Eric Shom Stolen Dream, that's what you're saying is a stealth game. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to try that out. Because I love stealth games. I should play them more, but because there's this game I really love. It's called Origami. Well, actually, it's Origami 2. And it's, I actually do like Assassin's Creed Shadows, only for Noway. And I've made so many videos on that game early on in my channel's growth. because I love the stealth aspect. You know, I love origami too. You know, so if it's a game that has stealth, I'm there. So I thank you for sharing that game, Jewel. I'll definitely give that a shot and let you know what I think. Or I'll just probably just play it and make a video of it. And the Hades game, I played portions of it. I wasn't really like this whole rogue style game, like you know how you got Souls-like and you got rogue-like. I wasn't too experienced in those style of games, but I did enjoy my time with Hades. It was a little challenging, I'm not gonna lie. But it was still fun. It's still fun. Stealth in terms of sneaky pass. Yeah, like, you know, the thing is, Jewel, my hot take is I feel that stealth games, you know what? I don't want to say they're the best, but I'll just say for me, because in a stealth-based game, I love having that option of making the game more difficult by trying to get through a particular area without getting seen, without eliminating anybody. Basically, completely having a ghost-like playthrough. It reminds me of a game, I don't know if any of you played this game. It was called Deus Ex. That game is amazing. I'm sad to hear that it doesn't seem like it's going to get a third game, because the first game was Deus Ex Human Revolution, and then which I played all to hell, and then you have Deus Ex Mankind Divided. So Deus Ex Mankind Divided, they had achievements in that game where you could go through the entire game without raising any alarms, right? Which is the ghost achievement, which I got. I'll pat myself on the shoulder for that. And the pacifist, where you don't kill anybody, which I also give myself a pat on the back. And I did it in the same playthrough. So you don't get those sort of challenges when you're playing a beat 'em up or a shoot 'em up type of game. And while those games can be fun, I feel like they can get kind of repetitive after a while, because it's like, okay, you're just gonna maul everybody. Like, how many ways can you make that different? You know, now with a game like Ninja Gaiden, and I've been playing the Ninja Gaiden Black. No, is it Ninja Gaiden? It's the one they did on Xbox. It's on Game Pass right now. It's like a remaster. I've been playing that. I've been really enjoying it. Now, there's no real stealth in that game. That game is, you see the enemy, you hack them up. But the fact that it's difficult, and there's so many different ways you can hack them. So I think for the gameplay loop, it helps to remain fresh a lot longer. But for me, I absolutely love stealth games. Like, they're probably my number one favorite. If we're talking about like stealth, RPGs, I guess fighting games is like last. You know, so yeah. Gosh, I can't wait till I'm over this goddamn flu. Well, a friend of mine told me it could be the flu, but I'm hoping it's just a bad cold. But yeah. Oh, Dishonored. Now that's a game. That's a game that is very impressive, and I feel like in terms of the first person stealth genre, it is a very strong franchise. I played the first two games. I didn't play they made I think it was a prequel if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was a DLC. I forgot what it was, but there was a third title that I just didn't play. It's on, I have it. I think it's on Game Pass for me. I haven't gotten around to playing it, but it's definitely a game I want to revisit. You know what? Another game. Hey, what's up, Armin? Let me make sure I pronounce this right. Okay. Armin Yan. Armin Yan. So Armin Yan, if you're just joining, which I appreciate, well, you're joining the stream, I should say, talking about a whole lot of different topics. I am sick, so apologize for blowing my nose here and there. Just kind of talking about some old style games and, reflecting and yapping on Microsoft and gaming industry and stuff like that. And there's several people in the chat, that are very good quality people, like Jewel Retro, so very welcoming here. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So I wanted to make a video about this. And I really wanted to ask you guys your opinion on this, because I'm not afraid to say that I am ignorant to something. Now, when I say this name, I'm sure most of you are going to know what the hell I'm talking about, and you're probably going to know more than me. And that's Warhammer. Urban Reign. Damn, I feel like I'm getting sidetracked again. Okay, Urban Reign. I just want to check this out. I want to say this. Urban Reign was one of my all-time favorite beat-em-ups. I felt it was a game, they did it well. I felt that they had a good system, and I would not mind if they were to do a remastering, or if the same development team were to make a new beat 'em up. Not to say that I got anything about anything against Streets of Rage 4, which I do feel is an amazing game. And if you haven't played the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, chef's kiss. One of the best beat 'em ups I've played. So to not get sidetracked. Okay, let me not get sidetracked. So Warhammer. On Game Pass, there are so many Warhammer games. And then when I go to the Xbox store, I would see a sea, like SEA, like a sea of Warhammer games. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, am I missing something here? Like, and then I asked my friend, I was like, yo, what's up with this Warhammer thing? And he says, like, the shit is vast. And, so to my understanding, the actor, in terms of what I feel, the real Superman, Henry Cavill, he's a fan of the Warhammer franchise. And so I know very little of this franchise, but I just started playing this game called Warhammer. What is it called? Warhammer DarkTide. It's a first-person view. And I got past... I did record the prologue. And yeah, I did record the prologue. And I gotta say, I was very impressed. Now, the game is a couple of years old. And that's what even has me even more impressed, that the game has such dynamic gameplay. I was surprised. Like, the melee combat felt visceral. It felt hard-hitting. You had different ways you can wield your melee attack. You can push. You can block. You can parry. You had different strikes. The gunplay seemed decent. You could dodge in any direction. I was like, whoa, you can even check out your weapon in real time. The character creator seemed pretty decent. And I'm like, have I been missing out all this time? Because when I went back and I was looking at some of the older Warhammer games, I've seen some Warhammer games that were like kind of like real-time strategy. Then I seen another Warhammer game that reminded me of a game called XCOM. That was another good game I remember playing. Then I saw another game that reminded me of Baldur's Gate. And I'm like, yo, this, I guess I'm just kind of like going off on it because I feel like I've been missing out. So yeah, I've just been blown away. So what I went and did, consulting Google, they got the AI and all that stuff. So I spoke into Google. I said, is the war I said, give me the Warhammer story chronologically. And it couldn't do it. Like, it did it up to a point. And it said that the games they have different worlds. Like, you have Warhammer, and then you have Warhammer 40,000. So I'm like, wait a second. So I'm a little bit confused. So I don't know much about the lore, but what I can tell you, if I was going to give a recommendation, this ain't no sponsorship, nothing, but I gotta tell you, if you don't mind first person action, that's pretty in your face, bloody, action orientated, that Warhammer DarkTide game is pretty solid. It's like I said, I got through the prologue, and I think I'm on some sort of a ship, and your character's in third person. And I went through like basic training. So I guess you go through missions and such. So I kind of stopped playing at that point because I think it was like yesterday, and I was just out of it. I think I blacked out, went to sleep, and but I'm probably going to jump on it and play it probably later tonight. But it's definitely a very good game. You've heard the title Warhammer recently. Jewel, I will say, now, this is dependent on something, Jewel. If you are squeamish and the thought of seeing decapitations bothers you, then maybe Warhammer will not be for you. But if you don't give a damn and you just look at it, hey, these guys are coming after me, I have a shovel in my hand, and I'm just going to hit the right trigger and maul everybody, then I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy the game. I'm pretty sure. And Retro, yeah, you said the new Warhammer looks fire. When you say the new Warhammer, what game because like I've been saying, there's so many of these shits. The latest thing I've seen was a DLC class. I've seen the video. It's actually for Warhammer DarkTide. It's a new class. So if you're talking about that, that's the Warhammer game I'm currently playing. And that game's been out for, I think, maybe 2 or so years. So if you're talking about a brand new Warhammer game, I probably have missed it. So definitely let me know what you've seen, because I'd like to check it out myself. Oh, and I just want to say, from an OBS standpoint, let's say if I wanted to play a game right now, if I wanted to turn my Xbox on and play something, I could do that. But I think what would be affecting things, and I've noticed when I tried to do this, I know this is way off topic, but I just want to say, because, I'm a little bit of a rookie when it comes to like a lot of the finer points of OBS, is, so right now I'm using my webcam, just for you to see me, but it's also picking up my audio. So if I decide to play a video game right now on stream, and, I'm fine with being ignorant to certain things. I don't know everything. But if I play a game off of my Xbox and I remotely capture it through the app and do all other stuff. If I play the sound from my laptop and it's, you know, and I can listen to it, then I think the audio is going to reverb. I think the audio is going to hit the stream twice. So that's why I was like, well, I don't know if I want to do that. That's why some of my other streams, you probably seen I had my headset on, and I found a way I could manage that. I don't know if I'm explaining this right. I'm a little bit of a rookie when it comes to that, but yeah, you know. So now what I don't know is if I were to just simply play the game, I don't know if the audio, like for instance, I don't know if you guys would hear the game audio, and I would like, let's say if I mute my laptop, would that also mute the sound for you guys? Yeah, that stuff I'm not sure about. Because all this talk of Warhammer, I would have loved to have just turned the shit on and played it, you know? But, you know something? Why not? If it screws up, what the hell? Now I do know that I can play it off of my computer, off of my laptop, because I do have Game Pass on PC. The problem is, on that front, my laptop is not a gaming laptop. So unless I'm playing it through the cloud, if I install it on my laptop, it's not powerful enough to run the game well. And then sometimes the Xbox cloud, it could be a hit or miss, you know. Anytime you're playing things from the cloud, some days it could be great, some days it could be kind of great. So I typically would play it remotely from my Xbox. Xbox had brilliance. Oh man, Armin. I am so glad that you brought up Rise, Son of Rome. You know, that almost makes me want to just spend the next 20 minutes talking about how the Sony fanboys disguised as game journalists back in 2013 absolutely destroyed that game and prevented it from becoming any sort of a franchise. But I don't know if anybody will be interested in that. So let me, oh, that's the game you're talking about. Okay. Oh, retro. Yeah. Space Marines 2. Space Marines 2. Yes. Okay. That's the latest one. That game, when I see that game, I see Gears of War. And I see Gears of War without the cover mechanic. Is that what retro? Is that what you telling Armin? He started some shit. Oh man, but yeah, like oh Jesus Christ. Oh my God, let me tell you something. Rise, Son of Rome. All right, I'm not gonna go on too much of a tangent. Fuck it, I can't help myself. Rise, Son of Rome was a game that was fundamentally had the same pros and cons as the very first God of War on PlayStation 1. Now, I'm going to be a little bit excited. I'm going to be a little bit angry in talking about this because it pisses me off. Because the same critiques, the same issues I heard these no-count game journalists would criticize Rise, Son of Rome. The very first God of War game had the exact same shit. But I remember everybody and their mother was giving that game 9s and 10s. For instance, everybody seemed to hate the quick time events of Rise Son of Rome. But the funny thing about this is nobody really wanted to come out and say that you don't have to fucking do the QTE in Rise Son of Rome. You know what other game had QTEs, quick time events? The very first God of War. You know what other game where you had to do the quick time event? God of War. You know how many times I can remember playing that game where I would kill a Medusa only to know that I would have to rotate the thumbstick to make sure I ripped her head off. And if I don't do it, she would regain a little bit of health and I have to re-kill the character. But for some reason, that was just fine. Nobody had a problem with quick time events when God of War had done it. It just, like I said, I don't want to go off on a tangent. I don't want this to turn into a 20-minute rant. But just know that Rise Son of Rome, yes, it is a trigger for me. It is a gamer trigger for me, I will admit. So just now, at 5:24, June 25th, we just learned something about Red. That yes, Rise Son of Rome is a trigger. Oh, God. Let me just say also this. I'm going to try to wean myself off of the game, but let me just say this. Much of the hate that Rise Son of Rome had was due to the simple fact, FACT, that first party exclusive for Xbox was dominant all over every single first party launch game of the PS4 at that time. I remember PS4. I mean, the games weren't bad, but when I looked at Rise Son of Rome, that game was different. That was a different game. And I will challenge I challenge anybody. You know what? I want to you remember what I said about the reverb with the audio? I wonder if I were to play a YouTube video and if I were to mute the video on my laptop, would the video still have, you know what, let me try this because I want you guys to hear one of my favorite segments of the CGI of the game. Sly Cooper. I've never played Sly Cooper. I played Ratchet and Clank. That game was pretty good. And I played Spyro. Well, actually, I played Spyro, Crash, of course, because I'm from that era. But I never played Sly Cooper. So that's kind of... I feel like I missed out on that one, to be honest. I think I did miss out. I will say, based on what I've seen, that game for PS4, the Ratchet and Clank In Between Worlds, that shit looked amazing. I never played it because I never had a PS4, but the videos I've seen, it looked really good. So I don't know if any of you guys can speak to that, but that Ratchet and Clank game looked really impressive. Again, it goes back to my whole thing of I may not like Sony as a company, but the work the developers did on that game was pretty, from what I could see, was pretty impressive. Sly Cooper on PS3 emulator. You know what, Retro? I hate to sound a little bit corny, but I'm a little bit of a goody two-shoe when it comes to emulation and, well, you know, all right. Emulation is not piracy, right? Or maybe it is piracy, because I don't do either. Now I've gone to friends' houses and they've had emulation stuff, but I've never like actually owned an emulation device myself, so I don't really know. Not really too sure. But I mentioned at some point in the stream when I talked about visiting one of my friends that is a game collector, I may try out his Switch 2 just to kind of get my impressions on it, so I can do so without buying it myself. But yeah, I'll add Sly Cooper to the list because he has basically every fucking thing. That guy, he has just about every damn thing. Let me see. But yeah, like with the whole Rise Son of Rome thing, let me try something. Let me go to my screen recorder overlay and let me see what happens if I go to YouTube and I type in, like, if I just want to watch something, is it going to have a bunch of reverb? And if it does, like, if it'll be great if I have my laptop muted, if you guys can still hear the video. So I'm going to run this little silly experiment, I should say. Let me see. Do I have it here? Okay. All right. So I made the change. So, all right. Let's go Rise Son of Rome. Okay. All right. Marius comes home. Let me see. I mean, I can probably put on anything here. Let me see something. Let's see. So let me see if I play. All right. So my laptop is at 100 volumes. So let me lower that down to like 30. So let me play this and let's just see what happens.
Spirits, carry my son to the underworld.
So I don't know. Well, this isn't exactly the part I was looking for. Yeah, this isn't the part I was looking for, but I'm not too sure if the volume was well. Let me see. There's a part where, let me see. Marius meets his father. I think this is the part I want. There we go. No. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. It's a minute and 40 something seconds. Okay. Let's go here. And so let me play this. And let's just see how this sounds to all of you guys. Just so I know. Okay. So I'm gonna raise the volume. So my laptop is at max volume. So you guys seeing this, right? And hearing it. Now look at the facial animations. Look at the cinematography.
Father.
Marius?
It's good to see you again.
Now this game
the Roman soldiers
this game must have been in development because it came out in 2013. So that means the development of this game was probably around 2009, 2010 or so, like that. So if you look at this, I just want to make sure you guys can see it and you can hear it, and hopefully it doesn't have an echo.
Fine. Welcome. 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 Do you know where you're to be posted?
Alexandra.
Alexandria, that's a quiet province. Your mother was.
I didn't join the army to bask in the sun, Father. I want to fight what you did for the Empire.
All in good time, my son. All in good time. Remember, not all your enemies will be found on the battlefield.
Father?
Marius! Let me look at you. So handsome.
Mother, please.
Your sister is eager to see you.
You will see her soon enough. For now, I wish to speak with our son.
Fine. I shall go and find your sister.
Is there something troubling you, Father?
We will talk in good time. For now, let's see what you've learned.
So, so the video wasn't very long, but I'm hoping that you guys heard it, and so I wasn't too sure how it was sounding, if you guys listened to it or not. So let me look at. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh man, very good point right here. Back when games were complete. Yep. Little Lulu. So y'all having a. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So I want to just try this. Since I kind of have some of you guys, I want to try. Let me turn my Xbox on. Oh boy. And. All right. Yeah, so I want to do, let's try this. So what I'm going to do, fast food gaming. Ha! I like it. It's appropriate. It makes sense. I'll tell you, like, there's just too much stuff. Like, it's like, when you look at so-called AAA gaming now, the consumer is essentially a beta tester. And when you buy the game, it's like, the game is not complete. Then they have a lot of things that should be in the base game, but they're keeping it behind a paywall. Now, I'm all for people trying to get their money and trying to add value. But when you're purposely keeping things behind a paywall that clearly should be in the base game, that's where it gets a little scummy as far as I'm concerned. Like, it just, yeah. Yeah, it's just really sad. I feel like when you pay money for these games, you want to feel like you're buying at least, you understand things aren't going to be perfect, but you don't want to feel like you're a goddamn beta tester for something that should be a complete product. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just retarded. And that's where, you get the fast food gaming, FFG, shake and bake. I'll even use that, shake and bake games. They'll just shake them up a little bit, put them on the fryer for like a fraction of a second and be like, here, we're ready. Like, it's crazy. Flavor of the month. Exactly. You know what I mean? So I'm just not a fan, but, some people vote with their wallet and they continue to consume. And as a result, the rest of us ends up suffering, because now these developers just feel like, well, our sales numbers shows that, this is what the audience wants. And so, it is what it is. So, unfortunately, that's what ends up happening. Unfortunately. see. So I'm just turning my Xbox on, and I want to try this little experiment. So, all right, so let's go into because I'm like really giving you guys like behind the scenes here. People will buy anything, damn straight. And I think what it really comes down to, Retro, and I've said this even from a business standpoint, for better or worse, there is a market for everything. And it's just a matter of how do you direct people into that market. And yeah, when we're old school, you know, we appreciate games that were more complete in nature. And it just seems like now, you know, that doesn't seem to be the case now. Very few developers will put forth that extra effort, that extra polish for a particular game, you know, and these are the sort of games you should definitely support, you know, but, you know, other games that you can clearly see they just put forth a very low effort, but still trying to charge premium for it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but nowadays we'll buy anything just a little trendy. Yeah, Armin, it's the same. Yeah, you, Retro and Jewel, all you guys, Lulu, you guys definitely are of a similar, if not the same mind. You know, we just want good quality games. We want to feel like our purchase, we didn't feel like we got cheated or robbed out of our money. You know, I think regardless of what platform you're on, what game it is, you want to feel like you got your money's worth. You don't want to feel like you just got ripped off. And that's why I feel a lot of these games, they do, you know, they literally just, they give, it's like you're a beta tester, basically. Like you literally are a beta tester. You know, like it's just, there's certain things I feel like, that should be common sense. But then you kind of go back to the whole thing of, well, common sense is not common. So anyway, I'm going to set, so I got to change. So I'm switching into my OBS. And so let's see, I'm going to my window capture. Okay, let me switch to this. All right, let me see how I could do this. I think it's window capture. Oh, first I gotta open my Xbox app. Oops, okay. So I'm gonna open the Xbox app first. Okay, let's do this. I'm waiting for it to load. Okay, so now I click the icon to have my Xbox remotely connect to the app. Okay. All right, so I did that. All right. Okay, let me go full screen. Oh, and I do hope that the game I want to show, I hope I can play this game without having to go through the laptop. I do hope. I guess I'll see. Let me see. So I go to my OBS again. All right. So let me go and okay. So right now, you guys should see click or tap here to continue playing. You guys should see that on your screen. And me about to blow my nose. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Now, so let's go. All right. So let me see. So I'm hoping that this works. Oh, okay, it does work. All right. So, so I'm hoping that I guess you guys can hear it.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war.
So, just out of curiosity,
From the most highborn lord,
you guys can hear this? Is it too loud? Is it too low?
to the service of the God Emperor of mankind. The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum to the elite space marines.
Oh, okay, thanks, Lulu.
Astartes. Keep humanity safe.
So this is Warhammer DarkTide. This game is really, really cool.
But there is another war. It is the one in which I serve. Our war is not one of battlefields and fleet engagements. It is waged by the dedicated agents of the Imperial Inquisition. It is fought in the cities and hives of the Imperium.
See, this whole Warhammer thing, it has so many different games, and it's almost like a Lord of the Rings kind of thing, where there's so many different aspects of it. Yeah, see, that was my concern. My concern was the echo. That was my concern. Damn, man. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna mute my laptop. Okay. So do you guys still hear it? Do you guys still hear the actual game? Because I muted my laptop audio. So I don't hear anything. But do you guys hear anything? So you don't. Okay, so wait a second. All right, so just to be clear, right now, okay, you hear me, but all right. Let me just go to where I can get some music in this game. Or maybe there is music right now, so I'm not playing it. So basically what I ended up doing is, because, okay, see, damn, man, I don't know how people do this. Like, if I had my headset on, it's much easier for me, because I have it set up a certain way, but with me using my webcam the way I have it, the audio is my webcam is being picked up. No, my audio is picked up by my webcam. So if I'm playing something, a video, a game, or whatever, and there's audio coming from my laptop, that also is being picked up by my webcam. See, that's where the echo came from. That I'm trying to eliminate that echo. So that's why I figured, well, if I simply just put my laptop to mute, there wouldn't be no additional audio that that you can hear. So I don't know. Let me see if there's something else I can do in OBS. Let's try. I go into audio settings. Let me go to default. There has to be something else I can do here. Is that our twin? Oh yeah. Yeah, like, you know what? I tried to make him like me. What can I say? You know, it was for immersion. It was definitely for immersion. This is the best I could do. I guess this would be like me in a different realm. Like if I was conscripted to serve in Warhammer, I guess this would be me. Shit, I guess this was back in the, I guess this is it. Back in 2000, we just happy that console turned on. Yeah, I just, because when I listen to other streamers, like they don't have that problem. So I don't know what they're using. And again, when I have my headset, now I could just put my headset on if I really want to just stop being lazy. I could do that. Fuck it. You know what? Let's do that. I'll put my headset on. I'll figure this. I'll figure. Well, you know what? All right. Let me take another crack at this, because there has to be something else I can do here. Because I'm in my OBS settings, and I'm in audio mixer, and I played on CRTs as well. I'll be 45 in September, so we all in the same boat. But, the new age crowd don't want to hear all the echo stuff, so I'm trying to make sure I can kind of mitigate that, if I can. Gosh, I just don't know how I would do that. 36, okay. Damn, Retro, you 25 and you call yourself Retro? Shit, I feel like that should be my name. Retro Red. Now let me stop. Oh man, God. Well, that's crazy. So basically, I could literally be Retro Gamer's dad. That's crazy. I'm so old. I feel so old right now. And Lulu's. Damn, man. 36. I feel like I could be Armin's brother at best. Holy smokes. All right, let me move this off my lap. Let me go and reach on over, get my amazing what do you call that shit I got? The Steel Series Arctis 9 headset. Cause at least I know this part. I know this will work. Cause I've done this on stream many times. But I don't know, I guess I don't know how. Well, actually, no, I'll probably keep it like this because I tend to look at I look at my screen pointing this way, and the laptop will be where, like, over here. So, oh boy. Oh gosh. All right. So, right? Oh boy. Just don't hit me up for no child support. I'm poor. All right. So, turn on my headset. So I definitely will sound a little different. All right. So, oh, that's right. I need something else. I totally forgot. I need to get the adapter. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, I need my adapter here. And so let me plug this into the laptop. All right, now, okay, because they'll have to come through the laptop. All right. So what I'll do is I will deactivate the sound. Let me make the sound come from the Xbox controller, and then the desktop audio will also be the X controller. Okay, so the audio should be coming through. Yeah, so the audio should be coming through now for both my voice and the game audio, and you shouldn't have any echo. So can any of you confirm this? You know, just kind of. So everything is fine. I think everything is fine. I think everything is good because I pretty much have it set up to where I usually have it set up. All right. This is great. So, all right. Oh, I forgot. Let me exit out of OBS so you guys can actually see the game. Okay. So everything should be fine. Okay. All right. So this game has 4 classes, and you have your veteran. That's like your soldier, your zealot. I haven't really figured out who they were. The psychers, like the special powers guys, kind of reminds me of adepts from like Mass Effect. And then you got the big juggernaut type guy, and then you got this class, which I haven't bought yet. It's kind of like he reminds me like Judge Dredd. He has like the little canine here. So what I was doing earlier is I was using the veteran. So just to show, I'm just gonna go through the actual let me see something. Huh, that's weird. Oh, okay. I had to confirm something. So, alright, so let me pick the veteran. So you have you have so many different options. You can select your home world, and I found out that selecting your home world does have some it does have something to what's the word I'm looking for? It can alter how your character may respond in different dialogue. You know, it doesn't change the gameplay, but it can alter, you know, different things like dialogue wise. So I think what I chose before, I think I chose, where was it? It was like an asteroid field looking place. No, it wasn't that. Hold on. Was it? Cadia? Yes, it was Cadia. So okay. So we got Cadia. Well, I lost everybody on my stream. Damn, I guess nobody likes this game. But anyway, you know, can't win them all. But so yeah. So we got let me put conscripted or enlisted. I put enlisted. So you have all these choices you can make, and it's up to you as a person. So I'll just pick whatever. I'll probably leave this guy the same because I'm just doing this. I just want to show people the beginning of the game. So I'm not creating no character. I already have a character created, but I just wanted to show the beginning. Because this game is really, I think this game is pretty damn dope. Wow, well, I guess maybe there's some people who probably just had to leave, you know, or maybe they just didn't like me talking about Warhammer or something. I don't know. Could be. But I mean, at least there's 3 of you still left. I don't know which of the 3 is here, or is it really 2? And it's just maybe it's only 2 people. And it's just I'm counting myself as third. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this game, man, I don't know if I remember I mentioned this earlier that
Prisoners all secure, ma'am.
well, let's let this play
I'll
first.
check for myself if you don't mind.
Of course, ma'am. But do be wary. Every one of them's a filthy heretic.
That one certainly is.
Digibeats, welcome, man. I'm not too sure if this is your
Keep 'em
first time
intact.
to the channel,
No
because I don't
accidents.
recognize the name.
My master wants to
but
interrogate
thanks
him
for
as soon as we
the
reach the
compliment.
hive.
Of course,
I just want to
ma'am.
show people the beginning of
On my
this
life.
prologue real quick.
This one, however,
Makes you wonder why we even bother shipping trash like that. Save a lot of data slate work just to process the execution notice now.
what do you say, criminal? Shall I put you out of your misery?
And ours, you would.
Be quiet. Well, nothing to say?
This is a mistake. I am a loyal servant of the throne.
But of course, I'll just let you out now then.
Shame you'll never get to prove that.
Throne of Terror, we're boarded!
Catapult now!
Come with us, brother. We have a way out. What do we do about that one?
Nothing. The boxers will be here to feed soon enough.
So this is where the game kind of starts off, and so like you probably seen, I already have created my own character, but I just wanted to show, I guess, the very few people that decided to stick around, and because I really didn't know much about Warhammer, to be perfectly honest.
Everywhere.
And I
Fine.
noticed
I'll
that
kill every last
across Game
cock in
Pass
one.
and Xbox or wherever, like there's so many different Warhammer games. So I was like, you know, let me just give this a shot. And so this game, if you look, when I hold the right directional key on the D-pad, you can literally inspect your weapon in real time. Like, I think this looks so damn cool. Like, it's not a big deal. It's not something you really need, but I just think it's pretty cool that you're able to do that. Also, when you attack, you have your 1, 2, 3, right? You have a standard 3 strike. But if you strike and you see how you hold the button down, so he swings from left to right. Now now when I charge the attack, look at how he holds the shovel. You see how he flips it around? See, it's little details like this that a gamer like myself, I appreciate and I recognize. Because you literally see one, it looks cool, it's fancy, and it shows an extra level of detail that many games don't do. Now, the one critique I would say is that, you know, you don't see your own feet or your legs when you walk, when you look down. But, you know, I can forgive that. And then also you can block by holding the left trigger. If you tap the right trigger, you do a push, so you can push people back. If you push people back and you hold the right trigger, you have an attack right afterwards, like this. It does take stamina, but it's pretty cool. So anyway, let's get to some action here.
Poxwalker. Revolting.
So eventually, you do get a gun, like a rifle, once you get closer to the end of this
I will
prologue.
survive this.
I need arms and response teams in the Block 87 Bay area. Bless this drone, there's no end to them.
I also like that it moves very smooth. Like the performance of this game is really nice. Yeah, this game is... I feel like I've definitely been missing out on this whole Warhammer thing, because I really did not know Warhammer was as large as it was. I mean, I've heard of like the Space Marine 2. I know like the game is, you know, a lot of people like the game, but it really was like my first. Well, it wasn't my first introduction. A lot of the times I just never played the games. Oh shit! Oh, I need some space. Holy shit!
Elevator looks operational.
Right, so
Has to be a way off this ship somewhere.
But yeah, like I knew of like Space Marine 2, and I even knew about the other games like Vermintide. You know, it looked like in that game you're like battling against like giant-sized humanoid rats. But I played the game and I was like, eh, you know. But when I came across this one, I was like, oh wow, okay. So after I get through this slow-ass elevator, there's gonna be a cutscene involving the woman that I was speaking to earlier.
Great. You come for blood too, criminal? You said you were a loyal servant of the throne.
I did.
Then prove it.
The only thing I don't like is it doesn't look like you can peek around corners with your rifle. You can peek above cover, I believe.
I'm giving you a chance.
I think so.
Cross me and you're
But
dead.
I don't think you can
You
peek around the
understand,
corner
criminal?
when you're
I live to serve.
crouched.
Nothing's changed.
Understood.
So you can check out your rifle too. That's pretty badass. Look at that. Probably better than Call of Duty in terms of like checking out one's weapon. I think it's pretty godlike. I mean, that's like a detail they did not have to add into this game, in my opinion.
You're actually not bad at this.
Copy that.
So basically, we're just working our way to the dock so we can get a Harrier jet and get the hell out of here. And it's supposed to land around here. Oh, there it is.
Come on!
Just have to get to it. So the prologue is almost done.
Susie, get us the hell out of here!
Stand by, Zola. The guidance is out. I need a minute to recalibrate.
So now it's going to be like a bit of a final stand kind of thing for them to get the jet up and running.
Let's give them a welcome they won't survive! Anytime soon?
Still alive out there. Guidance is decent, so we're out of here.
Well, you coming or not? You helped me. Maybe I can help you. No promises. You'll probably wind up dead.
I was dead anyway.
Very poetic.
It really is OP.
Just don't tell anyone I let an escaped prisoner.
It's probably made out of adamantium or something.
You'll be more dead.
Yeah, I really like this game. And, this is the part where I'm basically at. So I got past this part, and I'm on like I guess their home base. I haven't really done anything. So this is basically where I'm currently
Welcome
at.
to the Morning Star, Inquisitor Grendel's void ship, and you're home from now until you're no longer of use to us. Report to the Strategium at once, and don't make me regret sparing your life.
So yeah, so this is pretty much where my character is right now, and so I don't know how better the game is going to get, but my first initial impressions was really, really good. Now there are so many other Warhammer games. In fact, let me just show you what I even mean, because this is like OD. Let me go to the store, and if I just type in Warhammer, let's see, Warhammer. Look at this. All of these are Warhammer games. Now, so of course, some of them are like DLC, but okay, we know about Space Marine 2. That's like really, really strong. But if we go down, pretty much, I don't know about this one. I don't think this is a part of Warhammer. But this Stormground, Mechanus, Dark Heresy, Necromunda, like it's crazy. It's a lot. Vermintide, I played that a little bit. It had like the rats or whatnot. That was pretty interesting. Let me see. Now, the thing that recently came out was the DLC for the next class of Warhammer. Let me see. I was thinking like where do I go to show that? I guess I'm hold on. I was stuck between like a few different thoughts. I was like stamping over my words just now. Warhammer, and let's go on over to DarkTide. Okay. And in terms of my add-ons, okay. Now this is the new class that they have. Like this shit looks badass. This just gave me all kinds of Judge Dredd vibes.
Attention, scum! You are in defiance of the Emperor's law. You cannot hide. You cannot escape. We are judgment. Prepare for sentencing.
Exactly the okay, so this wasn't the video I was hoping for. It was damn, I think it's on YouTube or something. Yeah, I think it's on YouTube. But let me see if I go out of. All right, let me see, because this particular video is amazing. I have to go to window capture. Let's go to I do it? Hold on. Wait. Oh. Wait a minute. I think I'm messing up. Hold up. Oh boy. I'm still getting the hang of all this. Alright. It should be live. Oh, okay, I got it. Alright. So, let's change audio there. Okay. Alright. I should be good. And, okay. So, Warhammer. This is RBDs. Now, was this the one I just played? Yeah, I think this is the one I just played. But there was another gameplay trailer. Was it this one? Hold on. I don't know if it was this one though. It might be. Oh, okay, I found it. I found it. Okay. Hopefully this will come out well for you guys. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, when I saw this, I was like, this shit looks amazing. Tell me that like So, I'm trying to get more into the whole Warhammer
If you're thinking about a
thing,
career in IT, but don't want to go into
because I feel like I've just been missing out, and yeah. So, I don't know much about it from a storyline standpoint, but it definitely looks very, very legit. So, that's just me being honest. It does look very good. But yeah, there's games in this Warhammer thing that's very much like almost, it reminds me of like Diablo, like with that isometric top-down view. And then you have another game that's like Rogue Trader, which I kind of played a little bit of. This game reminds me almost like a Baldur's Gate style gameplay. You see in the trailer. Let me sort of fast forward it a little bit. So, okay, so you see that? You see here? So this is kind of like it's almost, yeah, maybe it's like more like if a game like XCOM. If you ever played a game like that, XCOM is an excellent game of this type. But that's what that's what kind of it reminds me of. Like a strategy.
Heretics, vile mutants, and Xenos threats beyond number. All must be cleansed in his name. The choices I make will shape the course of my destiny. And with each haunted step, I wonder, where will my journey end?
So that's a pretty good game as well. So, you know, it's just that when you have access to so many titles on Game Pass, you know, sometimes, you know, you just can't get to everything. And so when you look, you're like, damn, you know, understanding you only have 24 hours in the day, and you're like, okay, well, what do I play? And and this is not including all the other games I have that are like, you know, like the games that I own physically. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. But oh boy. So Mr. Armin, if you're still around, what do you think of the whole Warhammer spectacle that I tried to show just now? Well, that's if, you know, if you're even still around. Ah, boy. But yeah. It's definitely, you know what? That's actually a good word for it. It is definitely atmospheric. I will definitely say that. There's so many games, like, well, what is your style of game? What is like your what are you currently playing right now? And I think that's kind of like I think it's a good question. And if Mr. DigiBeats is still around, I can appreciate you saying best channel ever. I definitely hope one day I will have more people say that. But I'm very young into my content creating journey here. About, I would say, 10 months so far. So hopefully, you know, the channel will continue to grow and people be more receptive to, you know, what I have to say. And maybe I will be, you know, ranked among, you know, some of the greats out there. Oh, okay, so you're in the fighting games. Tekken, Killer Instinct. So, you know, it's funny. I really didn't even get into Tekken yet. It's funny. I think when I had about 12 people in the stream, I probably could have done so. But yeah. So when it comes to Tekken, let me turn on this wonky ass game. So good old Tekken. I want to make sure I don't have. Let me take this off of quick resume. Okay. So Tekken had. All right. I will be the first to admit that I have a very toxic relationship with this game. In fact, let me. I'm gonna share my stream real quick. Cause I want my friend to tune in and listen to this. So let me just let me share this stream real quick. Hold on for just one moment. Let me see. All right, let's okay. Let me share it to. Yeah, let me share it to him. Yeah, there we go. So, all right. So I don't blame you. What do you say? You never played this for 3 months and deleted it? Holy shit. You know what, Armin? I don't even blame you. So I have so many issues regarding this game. I could have just easily made this a video in and out of itself. I think the main issues I have relate to rage arts. I know there might be some people who don't care, and that's fine. People will say, "Oh, well, just get good," and I've heard it all. When you've been playing this shit for like 30 years, you've listened to everything. The problem that I see most of the time is it's not the issue of losing. That's not the issue. The issue is not losing in this game. Because, you know, if you play a fighting game, you're gonna lose at some point. It's how you lose. It's how you lose. And so
get ready for the next
I don't know
battle.
how I hope that the game doesn't drown out my audio too much. You guys can let me know in the chat if it does. I'll make adjustments if need be. But I think what ends up happening for me is I end up feeling like I'm cheated. Like, I don't feel like I'm legitimately losing to my opponent. I feel like I'm losing to a mechanic, a bailout mechanic that is only present to help those people overcome a deficit that the game, like, it just accelerates you from doing so. Like, there was a time where you would just have to hit the lab like this and just get better. You'd have to literally level up. So why do I need to level up if at any point in time, if I'm getting my ass beat, I could just do this? If I do that, if I go and do this, oh good, he pressed the button. Oh good, now I'm gonna lose like fucking 50 something damage. Like, get the fuck out of here. So I lost 57 damage because Victor tried to jab. Oh, you got caught. You pushed the button, so you must be trash, right? You got to be trash because you got hit by a rage art that came out of fucking left field. Like, I understand why they put this trash in the game. I get it. One of my earlier videos, you know, depending on how long you've been subbed to the channel for, but one of my videos back in April, I basically was saying how this game was not made for OG players like myself. This game was made specifically for low-level casuals. Like, it is what it is. Now that might rub some people the wrong way, you know, it might, but at the same time, it's the reality of things. It really is. Like, it is what it is. Like, people want to bitch and complain. Like, look, I get it. The amount of money it cost for these guys to push out Tekken 8, it was a very large budget, and so they have to recoup those costs. So they need to open up the game to everybody, or as much people as they can. So this is the main reason why they made the game quote-unquote aggressive. Now, I wouldn't have a problem with that personally because I'm more of an aggressive player anyway. The problem comes when you have moves like Rage Arts. Well, that too, what you're saying, Retro. I'm gonna get to character identity real quick, but it's like, how do you have a game that's supposed the theme, right? The theme laid out by Harada and Nakatsu, the game developers. They say this game is rooted in aggression. So why is it that I can beat your ass for like however long, right? I'm going away, winning, okay, hit you with a combo, right? Whatever. Oh, going through something else. Okay, I'm just getting the guy's health in, right? Get here. Okay, let's see. Alright, so basically at this point, Victor now is in rage. So now, I have completely destroyed the Victor player. I made all the right guesses. I made all the right plays. I have earned this round. I've earned this round. To the Victor player, accept your defeat. Better luck next round or next match. Or if you're good enough, you can actually mount your own comeback depending on your own level of skill. You know what they say about Tekken 8? Fuck that. We're just going to give you this nuclear missile that you can activate at any point in time that's going to get you back in the match for 57 or however much damage. So what does that do to the offensive player, the person that's winning? Now I have to stop all my momentum. I knocked you down. I can't, if I choose to press a button, I run the risk of getting hit by a YOLO Rage Art. If I choose to not press anything, and I make the right guess that, okay, well, let's say if I didn't press anything, and you didn't do a Rage Art, so now I completely abandoned my momentum, and now I'm allowing you back into the fight. Oh, the game. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I guess certain volume is different. Alright, let me do this. Alright, how is it now? It should be better now. Hopefully, Armin, it's, the volume is... Oh, okay. So I lowered down the volume. Let me know if this is better, or do you need the game volume lowered? Alright, is it like you can hear me, but is it good, or is it like okay? Okay, I'll take Armin. Okay, so you say it's great. Alright. So basically, just to kind of recap this situation, so you get your opponent down to like minimal health. Now you have to make a decision. Why is it that you, as the offensive player, you've done all the right things, you played the game as intended, right? Harada and everybody, they want you as the player to be aggressive, right? They want aggression. Oh, excuse me, sorry. So through your aggression, you've whittled your opponent's health down to something like this, and oh God, maybe I do need to take some medicine. Oh gosh. So you're in this situation. Oh shit, I forgot. I gotta put it back to the game. Okay, there we are. So you've got your opponent down to minimal health, and then all of a sudden, now you have to let your opponent off the hook, because the opponent has been rewarded by getting his or her ass beat. I would love for somebody to try to articulate, how does that make sense? Like, how does it make sense to give somebody a tool, this comeback mechanic, where you can take 50 plus damage from me off of a whim. It's not even like, okay, I can, let's say if it's a situation, let me try to put it into a scenario. Let's say you knock Victor down, right? You run up, you press jab. Well, the problem is that because Rage Arts activate on fucking frame 1, me throwing out this throwaway jab, I'm going to lose 50, perhaps even the round, or I get knocked out of a tournament because of that. So instead of me bitching and complaining, I figure, you know something? Why don't they give Rage Arts the same weaknesses they give armor attacks? Armor attacks are beat by throws and low attacks. Oh, wow. Okay, so you was... Okay, Armin. Okay, so you've been around for a while when I said that. But I stand by that. It's like, it was our own goddamn skill that allowed us to come back or not. It wasn't... See, like, this is like you're being gifted a round. Yes, retro. Very, very good. You put it very, very well. That's exact. They want you to go and maul each other, right? Because it's aggression, quote, air quotes. But once it gets to the nitty gritty, I gotta now I gotta think. Now I gotta press less buttons. I gotta think. Damn, do I press a button now? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It kills the fucking game. If you're going to do that, like I said, give Rage Arts the same weaknesses as a armor attack. To where you can, like, basically, if you were to throw a 10 frame jab to an armor attack, you'll absorb the jab, right? The armor attack will still carry forward, but because you did a non-committal jab, the opponent that did the jab, let me just put the shit in action. I know you guys know what I mean, but let me just put it for display. All right, we'll just do right. We'll do his armor attack, right, and then we just go and play this out. Put this on punish, right. So you see that? This is how I feel a Rage Art should be. At least give the player some bit of counterplay. This is what you call counterplay, because I'm using my 10 frame jab to bait out your armor attack. That's what I'm doing. Like, but with rage attacks, the minute you throw out a limb, that's it. So it makes you, it's like press a button at your own peril. So what kind of game is that? Like, fine, if you want to help the newer players along, you want to give them, what's the word? You want to give them comeback mechanics. Is this the best you could think of? You know what I'm saying? Like, so there are many issues that I have with Tekken 8. I mean, I can go into, like, King, Anna, Yoshimitsu. I can talk about all these broken, fucking busted characters, the brain rot characters of Lars, Lydia, Reina. I could talk about so many things about this game. But it's like, I can manage through all of that. I can deal with a busted King player. I can. I'm good enough to do so. But it's another thing, again, let's say if I get that King player down to 20% health. I'm busting my ass. I'm already fighting an uphill battle by fighting a player that may or may not be a good Tekken player, But now that good Tekken player is being augmented Super Saiyan level style by using a character like King that has no fucking weaknesses. So I'm having to not only overcome the player, I have to also overcome the character. So when you put both of those together, now I finally played my ass off. I got you up against the ropes. I have the momentum. I'm about to fucking finish you off because it's a round I earned. Here comes a motherfucking rage art. Do you really think at that point that I'm going to want to keep playing this match? More than likely, I'm probably gonna rage quit on you. Because at this point, I feel like throwing my controller against the wall and say, fuck this game. That's how I would literally feel. I feel like not only do I have to overcome you and probably have to overcome your shitty Wi-Fi connection, then I have to also overcome this bullshit broken brain rot character King, just to give him as an example. And I get past all of that, and I'm finally about to get my little round rage art. Or let's just say, if I am cautious, I completely I abandon my momentum because I think that you're going to do a rage art. You as the King player or any other character, you kind of already knew that, so you don't do the rage art. So now everything is stopped. Now I have let you back in the match. Because now I'm fearful. It's like having a loaded pistol in front of you. At any point in time, you can pull the trigger. Any point in time. Yeah, it's like you get nervous. It's like, because you know at any point, even on a jab, a standing jab, they can activate it. It's ridiculous. There is no... When I say there is no counterplay to rage arts, you know what people would say? Yeah, there is. Just don't press buttons. You know, I laugh. I really laugh at those idiots that actually have the nerve to say that, because it was me pressing buttons that basically resulted in you getting your fucking ass beat. But now that you're at death's door, Namco has gifted you a nuclear missile that you can activate in one frame. Like, what? Oh my goodness. So, like I said, you know, yeah, Yoshi Flash. Oh my god, let's not even get on that. Just like earlier, talking about Rise Son of Rome was a trigger for me. Yeah, that's also a trigger for me. That Yoshi Flash, that shit has to go. I understand it's a legacy move. I get it. But look, there's certain things about Yoshi, like, all right. I look at Tekken 8 a little bit differently than a lot of people. I understand Yoshimitsu has his flash attack. He has that low, unblockable attack. I understand. I get all of that. That worked in the early 90s. Okay? That worked. That was manageable. But now, the fact that you're getting a full-fledged combo off of this, and it's not exactly hard to set up. It really isn't. And the fact that this flash move is like a 6 to 5 frame attack that you could throw out at any point in time. So you really don't even have to respect frames if you're a Yoshi player. I can do a move that I know for certain I have plus frames. I've put myself out there to do this one particular move where I'm plus X amount, but a Yoshi player, now I have to reconsider my own frame trap because you, as a busted Yoshi player, has a move that completely supersedes all of my frame data knowledge on my character because you have a bullshit fucking move that you can pull out your ass at any point in time. Unbelievable, man. So when I look at moves like that, like Yoshi Flash, like they are literally brain rot moves. 100%. They are moves that require no thought. Nothing. Now, you know how I would fix a Yoshi Flash? Let me tell you how I would fix a Yoshi Flash. And I can tell you right now, most Yoshi mains, they would break out the pitchforks. I guarantee it. Most of them. There's an attack that Jack has. Let me see. Thankfully, this doesn't take long whenever you switch characters. Where the hell is Jack at? Oh, here we go. Let me see if I even remember how to do this move. I just want to show it on screen. Is it? How do you even do this move? It's the one where he flies towards you. Like, no, not make noise. No, it's the one where it's like he dives at you. I forgot how you do that move. I don't know. How do you fucking do this move? Is it a running attack? Alright, you know what? Let me just go through the move list. Fuck it. Because I don't know what it is. Superman dive. Yeah, how do you do 4, 4, 3 plus 4? No, no, he has that move. Or is it? No. I don't think it's that. Is it a while standing move? No. Because I don't really use this character. Let me see. It's in the move list, I'm sure. Let me see. And I know it's a low attack. I know that. So, let me see. Let's see. It's not a grab. Make some noise. No, it's not that. Walking Fortress. Is it this? No, it's not that. Nope. I don't know if it comes from a stance. I don't think it does. Sit down punches. Let's see. Oh, wow, I didn't even know he could do that. Oh, shit. I did not know he could do that. Wait a second. Could it be this? No. No. This! Oh, okay, that's what it is. Forward, 1+4. This bullshit. Yeah. So you see what happens when he has that recovery? I would like Yoshimitsu to have a similar level of recovery when doing that fucking flash. That's what I would like to see. Make it have some real risk. Because the fact that Yoshimitsu can get health back, get a free heat engager, and I think in heat, if I'm not mistaken, he can actually get a full combo on you. So to have all those benefits, I would like to see Yoshi, if you manage to bait out that flash, that he has a slow recovery just like this move from Jack. And you can explain it away and simply say, well, you know what, the sword that Yoshimitsu uses, you know, maybe it took a toll on Yoshimitsu. You know what I'm saying? Like, they could have it like that. So that's just I just wanted to show that with Jack. But let's go to King. Let's go to this fucking track star of a character, because that's what they did. They turned into a goddamn track star with this stupid running attack. That like every fucking option is safe. Like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in a long time. I mean, I've seen some retarded things, but this definitely is up there. So let me see. Okay, running 1. Safe. And it's a mid. Completely safe. Running 2. A high, but it's completely safe. Oh, and it's +3. It's just, how is this shit plus? Oh, it's plus, so I'm plus. That's fucking brain dead ass character. Oh, let's look at running 3. Oh, completely safe. Yes. Look at this safe bullshit. Oh, and not only is it safe, it's mid, and it tracks. So it tracks, so you can't even sidestep the shit. Oh, and let's look at running 4. Oh, I gotta have him block everything. Let's have him block everything. Let's have some fun here. Now it says -21, but let's be honest, it's not really -21 now, is it? If it is, oh, you know something? I might be wrong. Let's see if I make him do a hop kick. Let's see. Because if this works, it means I've never tried this before. So let's see. He's -21. Oh, whoa, wait. Oh, whoops. I got to set him up for the hop kick from the crouch. Okay, that was my fault. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this works. This character is absolute bullshit. So basically, I don't even know why they list this move at -21 when this, like, get the fuck out of here. What else does he have? Oh, he has this shit. Oh, it's by -12. Oh, they threw you a bone on that one. So so that move is -12. Whoop-de-doo. So that move is -12. That little cross body move. Okay. This shit is crazy. What you saying, Retro? Let's see. The down forward 2. No, that's 2-1. Down forward 2-1 you're talking about. Yeah, that shit's got to go. Yeah, this bullshit. That. Oh yeah. This. Oh yeah. Let's see if I get the combo. Oh, I know it's. Wait, I think I had a sidestep. Wait. How do you fucking? Hey, anyway, I don't really care. I don't use this fucking dumbass character, but it's a move. It's a combo we've seen all day. Safe. So basically down forward 2 is -6, and then this is -4. So both moves are safe. So that means now I'm forced to essentially do this. I'm essentially forced to do this. Well, what if I don't do the second part? Now I got an opponent that's gonna be twitch ducking, and now, oh, thank you. Now we got the crouch grab mix-ups. Oh good. Oh good. Thank you. Oh goody, because you tried to duck. So now, like, it's bullshit. It's like this character has every fucking option covered. This is why I say King has no weaknesses. He has none. Like, a lot of his moves, actually, I wouldn't even say a lot of his moves. Now this move here, you don't have to do this move with King. This move is -24. You do not need to use this move. So if a King player is going to argue and say, well, my down both punches attack is launch punishable at -24, yeah, but you don't need to do that. You have like a million other launchers. First of all, why does King have a hop kick? Yeah, it's 50-50 bullshit. Like, I understand people are going to make this argument, but if you have a character that has all of these fucking options and all this other bullshit, why does this character also have a YOLO hop kick? Why is that? Oh, and it's a knee lift, which means that only certain characters can counter it, by the way. So, yeah, very bad game design. And then getting back to the track star bullshit. Oh, if we just run a little bit, oh goody. So now, oh my god, this character's. This character's the worst, man. So track star. I'm gonna call this track star. I'm not call it run. So what I would, so Retro, and anybody here that's playing this stupid ass game, whenever you see King doing this, don't call it the run. Just call it track star 1, track star 2, track star 3, track star 4. There we go. Because that's what they turned him into. King is a fucking track star. It's stupid. It's absolutely fucking dumb. Poor game design. If you're gonna give a and let's talk about the cherry on the sundae. Yes. RKO 45 fucking damage out of nowhere. Yes. That you can't react. You can't break the grab, so you have to take all the other fucking mix-ups. That's actually safe, by the way. Give me a break, man. I will say also, in Tekken 8, there should be no, and I repeat, no grabs that should be unbreakable. All grabs should be breakable. Now, if you want to have an unbreakable, like an unblockable attack, okay, fine. I'm not too much of a fan of those either. But if we're talking about an unbreakable grab, like this cancerous ass shit here, bro, I'm sorry. I can no longer, and I mean this with all due respect, and I actually lost somebody watching the stream just now. It's funny. Maybe they had to use the bathroom or something. It's fine. But it's hard for me to respect the King player, knowing full well that this character has absolutely no weaknesses. There's no weaknesses to this character. So if the idea is, well, if King is running towards you, all you have to do is just duck. Okay. So if I'm gonna duck this, oh good. That sets me up for that now, doesn't it? Isn't that the whole point? So now I'm ducking. Oh good, I got hit with that. I'm ducking. We got hit with this. I'm ducking. I probably will get hit by this too. But more often than not, King player is just gonna hit you with this. And now after this, you're plus 26. You know what you could do? You could do damn near anything with plus 26. So it's like, this is where the King players, they'll come up with every possible theory on how to downplay this character. On how I would much rather a king main will just come out and tell me, I know the character is bullshit and broken, but I've been using the character for mad long, and you know, I didn't make the character. I understand. Like, if somebody were to tell me that, I would have more respect for a King player. But don't fucking try to make excuses for this broken and busted ass character. There is no argument that any Tekken player anywhere can make that can give a reasonable excuse that King is not a broken character in this game. None. I don't care if you're Arslan Ash. I don't care if you're Knee. I don't care if you're Little Majin. I don't give a flying fuck who you are. There is nobody on planet Earth that is going to debate me and find some little crafty conspiracy theorist way to try to convince me that this character here on the screen, on the one player side, is not absolutely busted. There's no way. There's no way. So, now, I spent a lot of time bitching and complaining about the character. So let me tell you how to fix this character. This is what you do with King. First of all, this, done. This, either delete that move, or you change it, have it do less damage. So you have two options. Here's two options. We're gonna break down how to fix King. This is what we're gonna do. This is Red Related's Red Related King fix. There we go. So what you do with RKO, you have two options. Now, if you want this grab to remain unbreakable, which I 100% am against, this grab will no longer do 45 damage. It will now do 30 damage. So the grab will go from 45 damage to 30 damage. Oh, and you will not get a heat engager. That's what you fucking do. If you want to make this, if you want this shit to remain unblockable, I believe it is fair to make this grab 30 and eliminate the heat engager. Then I will grit and bear the fact that the grab is still unbreakable. I'll just deal with it. Now, I'm pretty sure there'll be some King players that will still find an issue with this. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that they will still find an issue. I wouldn't even be surprised. But, you know, that now, on the flip side, if the grab is breakable, I would still say, if the grab is breakable, I would be a little bit more lenient to keep the heat engage, but I would still have the grab do 30 damage. There's no fucking reason why you have this grab unbreakable, a heat engager, and it does 45 fucking damage. That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. There is literally, I'm sorry, there is no way anybody is going to convince me that leaving this RKO the way it is now, that it's perfectly fine. It's bullshit. So that's fix number one, and those are the two options for it. Fix number two, this bullshit. First of all, I wouldn't do anything outside of removing the delay. King would no longer be able to delay this move like this. King players would have to commit to this move. They would have to commit. It would have to be a full total commitment. So they would have to make the hard read to get their combo. Not, ooh, let me see if the first hit landed. Oh, good, I'll do the follow-up. Because when you're good enough as a King player, or any player, if you're good as a player of a character, if your character has a hit confirmable attack, you can train yourself to become proficient at recognizing when it lands versus when it doesn't. So I would 1000% remove that delay ability from down 4-2-1 from King. Down 4-2-1 from King would be a 100% committable attack, unless you just stuck with doing down 4-2, which by rights, by itself, is a hold on, it's a 13 frame attack. It looks to be like an elbow or a forearm, and it's only -6 on block. It does 12 damage, and it's +4 on hit. Setting up for like this bullshit. Because this is another bullshit ass grad that comes out at 10 goddamn frames. So that's what I would do with King. Now he does have another move that many King players use that's very strong, and that's 4/4 neutral 2. This move right here. Now this move by itself, it's a solid attack. I think the punishment is decent. I think the fact that it's -13, you know, I'm like, okay, I can live with that. RN4L? Hey, what's going on, brother? So full disclaimer. Well, firstly, welcome to the channel. And people here, well, the few that's left, they're cool people. Retro, he's a very solid Kazuya player, by the way, I will say that. Armin, I think he still quit the game. And whoever else is left in the chat, my subscribers, I can say my subscribers don't appear to be toxic. I would like to think that my subscribers are pretty mature. So I appreciate that from them. So I appreciate you subscribing to the channel, man. Thank you. But I'm just going over just how I would like to see King altered moving forward. Because I believe this character to be one of the busted characters in Tekken 8. He's not the only one. I would throw Yoshimitsu in that bunch as well. But King, as far as I'm concerned, he is definitely in need of real nerfs. And I think the so-called nerf that he got prior was more of a slap on the wrist. But as I was saying before you chimed in, I was talking about 4/4 neutral 2. Now this move, I don't have an issue with this move. It comes out at 18 frames. I think it's a high crush. It looks like it's a high crush. And it's -13. I can live with that. However, and I'm pretty sure everybody has got hit by this shit on counterattack at one point in time. Why does it do that much damage? Why does this move do 50 damage? Bro, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. So you took 50 damage from a low hitting attack that's 18 frames, that's a high crush, and that's also -13 on block, which means that only a character like, say, Kazuya with twin pistons is going to really be able to launch that, and any other character that may have a 13 frame launcher. I just think that's absolutely ridiculous. Fine, if they want to keep this right here, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, but reduce the damage. Like, that's insane. There's no reason this move needs to take 50 damage. Now, what would I make this? I would make it 40. I would make this 40. And even, honestly, I would rather see this do 35. But I understand the King community would throw a tantrum. But I think 40 is fair. Because it is not hard to get a counter. See, the thing is, you have to realize, this, if you factor in all the movement, you know, I'm not great at Korean backdashing, but if you're fighting a real top-level King player, they're all over the place. They're doing this bullshit. You know, they're doing this twirl, right? They're wave dashing, all of this stuff, right? And then, bam, out of nowhere. It is not hard to land 4/4 neutral 2 on a counter hit. It really is not. Okay? It's not hard at all. And the fact that your reward is 50 damage? Come on, bro. Like, you serious? Nah. Nah. Now, I would accept
it doing 50 if they instead made the initial attack minus 15. Because you got to remember, King has other lows. King has this attack, that's minus 14, and this move is also a high crush, right? He has that attack. This move is almost unpunishable, well, by anything meaningful, okay? It's slow. He also has down forward 4. Now this is minus 14. Now honestly, now this is an interesting one. I don't, now for King players, I don't know if I agree with this attack being minus 14. I don't know if I agree with that. I actually didn't realize this. Let me see something here. Hold on. So, okay. Now, four four two. Oh, this is 442. I was talking about 4/4 neutral 2. So, Mama Luigi? Have you heard about the Stop Killing Games movement? Well, Mama Luigi, Stop Killing Games movement. No, I have not. Maybe somebody in the chat. Anybody here in the chat, have you guys heard of Stop Killing Games movement? Because I haven't. But yeah, 4/4 neutral 2. I feel like if they're gonna keep this attack at 50 damage off of a counter hit, I would like to see this attack by itself be launch punishable. And when I say launch punishable, not every character can launch at 15 frames. So, like for instance, Steve Fox, one of my other characters, he can't do anything at minus 15 in terms of getting you in the air unless he's in peekaboo. So, and then they made a recent change to, well, actually, wait. I was about to mention something about Raven, but I forgot. Raven has a while standing 1, that's 14 frames. So yeah, but when it comes to Steve Fox, Steve wouldn't be able to launch this. He'd be able to get a better punish, you know, but yeah, I just feel like when you look at a character's moves, you look at what the character can get if the move lands on normal hit and what you can get on counter hit. So looking at this right here and knowing full well that this move has the added property of being a high crush. So let me see something. Let me put him back on punish real quick. Let me see. Yeah, look at that. Boom. You saw that? Like, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. So, now, the fact that, one, this move is a high crush. And on counter, you get 50 damage. I don't believe that should be the case. Now, that's a counter hit. And it's also a high crush. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like King could get a combo from this. It looks like it. Maybe I'm just not good enough. I don't know what the combo is. But it looks like King could get something from this on counter hit from down back 3. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the character to know. But counter hit down back 3. I don't know. Maybe he just gets a guaranteed ground throw attempt. I don't know. But yeah, this 4/4 neutral 2, that needs to be changed. Like I said, I want to see the counter hit for this, a damage reduction to 40, and if you want to keep the damage at 50, make 4/4 neutral 2. Make this minus 15, not
not minus 13. Minus 13 is ridiculous for what the move gives you. I just think that's just not right, in my opinion. It's just bad. It's just bad balancing. It's really bad balancing. This move here, I don't mind this. Why don't I mind? Why don't I mind forward forward 2? Because one, this move is 31 frames. So the fact that the king player is taking a risk to doing an attack that's 31 frames, I feel that the king player earned that +7 advantage. So I would leave this the same, personally speaking. Now I don't know about the damage. Let me look at the damage. It's been a while. Okay, so that's 25 damage. I think the damage is fair. It does put you in a crouch state like this. +12, so I think you get a free crouch and grab. Yeah, you do get a free crouch and grab. But, to my understanding, the crouch and grabs are breakable. At least I believe they are. Let me see. Let me put them into break grabs. Opponent throw escapes, yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, it's not? Wow. Wait a second. So you can't break crouch. Wait, hold on. Did I just never know this? Hold on for a minute. Wow. I did not know this. I feel so stupid. I didn't realize you... Maybe it's just been forever for me. Maybe I'm just getting old. But wow. Okay. So, yeah. This needs to be changed to being able to be broken with either a 1 or a 2. So, yeah. I'm not a fan of that. So that needs to go. So, Armin, what you saying? As game mechanics has changed, all characters are getting changes to lay under T8 mechanics, and by that they lose their identity. Yeah. The whole identity thing. The identity thing, I just feel it's just... they're just trying to make this game appeal to so many different players and so many different people. But I feel like if I were to really go deep on this, I would be on this forever and a day. So I didn't even get to my thoughts on the whole New York mayor situation, but I mean, I guess it would only matter for people who live in New York. I did talk a little bit about the Xbox, Microsoft, the Xbox handheld. I don't even know how long I've been streaming for, but and plus I gotta take some medicine. I gotta get some food. But I appreciate all of you guys that decided to tune in, and I should live stream more often, and I'll try to make more of an effort to do so. It's just, you know, it becomes a pain in the ass, you know, making the thumbnails and the description. I'm okay at it. I'm just not the best, you know. But you know, I do what I can. I think I am getting better though. You know, I am getting a little bit better. I don't have a team of people to create thumbnails for me like some other larger channels, but maybe one day I'll get there. But yeah, you know, I think I'm probably gonna chime out because I need to get some food. I think it's 7:23, and I think maybe I'll stream next time, and I'll start off with Tekken and just kind of go more in depth on this. Because when I started the stream, I kind of did this kind of like toward the end. So anyway, to the 4 people that's still around currently, I really appreciate you guys chiming in. Shout out to our RN4L. I appreciate you subbing out of nowhere. Thanks to the brother that decided to share my content. So I appreciate that. And yeah, man, I'm gonna try to battle this flu. I like to think it's not the flu, but a lot of my friends are telling me that it probably is. It's just a pain in the ass. Like right next to me, I have my share of toilet paper right here that I gotta throw away from blowing my nose. It's disgusting, but hey, it is what it is. But I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I wasn't gonna do anything, but I felt like, you know, it's been a while since my last video, and I wanted to come on and do something. So I guess the people that didn't check out the stream, I guess you guys could watch the replay and listen to the shenanigans and me blowing my nose and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, take care, guys, and I'll be back like Arnold.